后来我总算学会了如何去爱，可是你早已远去，消失在人海。后来终于在眼泪中明白，有些人一旦错过就不再。菊花白花瓣，落在我染色百褶裙上。爱你，你轻声说，我低下头，望见一阵芬芳。那个永恒的夜晚，17岁仲夏，离我的那个夜晚，让我往后的时光，每当有感叹，总想起当天的星光。那时候的爱情，为什么就那样简单？而又是为什么人年少时，一定要让深爱的人受伤？在消失的深夜里，你是否一样，也在静静追悔感伤？如果当时我们能不那么坚强，现在也不那么遗憾。你都如何回忆我？带着收获是很沉默。这些年来，有没有人能让你不寂寞？后来，我总算学会了如何去爱，可是你早已远去，消失在人海。后来，终于在眼泪中明白，有些人一旦错过就不再。你都如何回忆我？带着收获是很沉默。这些年来，有没有人能让你不寂寞？后来，我总算学会了如何去爱，可惜早已远去，消失在人海。后来，终于在眼泪中明白，有些人一旦错过就不再。后来，我总算学会了如何去爱，可是你早已远去，消失在人海。后来，终于在眼泪中明白，有些人一旦错过就不再，永远不会再重来。有一个男孩爱着那个女孩。
武漢嚟㗎，新鮮野味咁好味嘅，正到痹啊，好好味啊！ 實在食不慣，蝙蝠山雞於每一餐，竹鼠刺蝟梅花鹿肉，入急症也會漸覺開懷。無懼病毒亦可怕，沙士教訓暫時忘了吧。貓狗配上甜酸苦辣，如若你有4隻腳，我放你上最美的餐盤。誰令病毒疫情驟生？武漢 China， 高燒傷風嘔吐，武漢 China， 潛伏病毒病人入侵，染上這惡病重重一身將快終結。誰令病毒疫情驟生？武漢 China， 高風險的高鐵，武漢 China， 傳遞疾病忘掉衛生，亂那份愛，中港一家始終不會分家。平凡動物實在食不慣，蝙蝠山雞於每一餐，竹鼠刺蝟梅花鹿肉，入急症也會漸覺開懷。無懼病毒亦是可怕，沙士教訓暫時忘了吧。貓狗配上甜酸苦辣，如若你有4隻，我放你上最美的餐盤。誰令病毒疫情驟生？武漢 China， 高燒傷風嘔吐，武漢 China， 潛伏病毒病人入侵，染上這惡病重重一身將快終結。誰令病毒疫情驟生？武漢 China， 高風險的高鐵，武漢 China， 傳遞疾病忘掉衛生，亂那份愛，中港一家始終不會分家。哇！乜咁啱㗎？一齊入院啦！老婆，今晚有野味湯飲啊！唔該一碟蝙蝠刺身啦，加果子狸添，加多3隻竹鼠，加多些少鹿肉拌一拌碟啊，老細。唔該。
武漢肺炎死咗的作，全身冷死幾個，傳入北京走遍中國，冚家瘋狂滅德國。疫情可防，疫情可控，輸出一帶和一路，加強監控，打壓資訊，武漢專家中肺炎。爹哋啊！
咩事啊，囡囡？
點解佢咳到咁都唔戴口罩嘅？
哎呀，唔好黐咁埋啊，女，佢可能係武漢嚟㗎。
佢好似就死咁啊！
啱啊！
不如呢個人道毀滅啦！
不如我哋送佢去警察局咯。
好啊！武漢附近製造氣床，亡命多咗千幾個，無力對抗，搶購口罩，冚家出門拆出國，消息封鎖，消息封閉，沒有口罩怎麼樣？沒心愛國，你還有黨，不必擔心死爹娘。
認真時認真，派膠時派膠，支持高登音樂台，用 like 同 share 表達愛意。而家我哋 IG 都開咗啦，日後繼續會千方百計為出片打氣，多謝晒。
Trump don't trust China. China is asshole. Donald 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 Trump don't trust China. China is asshole.
馬來西亞，
馬來吉隆坡翻嚟嘅，咦？你係逃過咗嗰個14日嘅隔離喎？
啊，係啊，係啊，要翻嚟拜山，同埋做律師樓啲嘢咯。
嗯，
係啊。
有冇話即係真係爭咗少少就要14日？
好辛苦，好趕，好
點樣慘法啊？係咪即係特登提早？
係啊，特登提早同埋完全買唔到機票，要上網買，買完去到機場，要 transfer 去胡志明市，但係我又冇胡志明越南 visa， 佢話唔俾我行李上機，咁最終於有一個好好嘅經理，佢知道我翻嚟拜山，同埋知道我要做嘢，咁所以佢就 allow 我嗰個行李寫住 hot transfer 咁翻到嚟，多謝佢嚇。
你點樣睇咧？即係政府係尋日公佈，但嚟緊即係凌晨零時就會即係開始呢個14日嚟措施啊。
我覺得係保障香港嘅市民嘅都係，咁但係
會唔會太趕啦？
我哋就好趕咯嚇，即係都係對大眾市民一個保障嚟嘅嚇，即係好似我哋戴口罩都係保障別人、保障自己。
好多謝你貴姓啊？馬太，好多謝你，多謝。吉隆坡機或者泰國機翻嚟，邊班機啊？即係邊度？哦，想問下，即係因為吉隆坡係最後一班機咧，即係逃過嗰個強制檢疫喎，你自己點睇啊？
冇喎，都係留喺屋企㗎啦。
你留喺屋企，即係唔會做，即係都會。
即係 skip 咗係好事，但係都會留喺屋企咯。即係 just in case 有事咁。
點解咧？
咁好自私咯，如果出去。
我見到你都即係做足咗啲準備喎，即係有口罩，跟住即係2層口罩，又有 mask， 咪又有手套咁樣。
即係咁，你唔會知道，即係自己做好啲，咁人哋可能做唔到嘅，咁你自己放。
同埋即係點樣睇係即係尋日宣布，即係嚟緊凌晨0時就會即係要特別提早嗰啲航班啊，即係有少少行程嘅更改。
都會嘅，我覺得檢疫下幾好嘅，即係都係做多一層嘅預防。
好，唔該你先，貴姓啊？
姓曾。
曾，唔該。
到唔到仲有人10點鐘先出嚟？但 我估應該唔會咁好。可能去咗上電視咧。係啊，知係面冇12點，跟住攞出嚟。我帶咗手帶啦。可能有大陸人想呢個酒店咧。睇佢靚個時間啫嘛，啱啱啊邵始就係話靚個時間啦。咁啊邵始大晒嘅。
哇！你咁樣你同我講規矩啊？我得㗎，我唔想俾呢一間嘢。你夠未啊？
卡檔做嗰度先咯。
去到邊啊？
我開攬個應該條車喎。
慳啲啦，你飛晒啲點樣用啊？
屋企即係搭3度咯，你。咁耐？3233。親話封鎖。4號電車一齊等我。好啊。等埋12點10。可以俾你影個鐘啊！跟住我都唔使交水。 界人，新界人喎，好多人一齊睇。喂，衝下呢個睇下。去嗰個惡魔。我覺得總有呢個我唔急嘅，你哋睇我出嚟嗰啲頭先約咗啦。咁嗰個就唔夠鐘啦。係 we finally made it。俾鐘啦，得㗎啦。
遠啦，又點睇？
睇下後邊細呢條嗰度，就好啦。烤魚一隻大腩啫，烤魚一隻大腩啫。我哋聽晚淨係諗住做開完嘢做間店啫嘛，即係間都冇乜嘢，又每年都轉機場嘅。英國翻嚟，如果我喺英國翻嚟，叫佢指下先。嚇，發條兩個係咯，落邊個機場嗰度？要想博 ITV 咪得咯。
tornado, and then obviously the numerous hurricanes in different locations that were, in some cases, very devastating, and in every case, FEMA came through. This is a very different kind of a work for FEMA, but they will come through, as they always do. We have tremendous people, tremendous talent in FEMA. We're sending, upon request, the 2 hospital ships. They're being prepared right now. They're massive ships. They're the big white ships with the Red Cross on the sides. One is called the Mercy and the other is called the Comfort, and they are in tip-top shape. They soon will be. They're getting to come up to New York. I spoke with Governor Cuomo about it. He's excited about it. And I also, we haven't made the final determination as to where it's going to go on the West Coast. The Comfort is located now in San Diego, and it's going to be, we'll be picking the destination fairly shortly. So those 2 ships are being prepared to go, and they can be launched over the next week or so, depending on need. Earlier this week, the first clinical trial of the vaccine candidate for the virus began in Washington State, as you probably know. The genetic sequence of the virus was first published in January, but thanks to the unprecedented partnership between the FDA, NIH, and the private sector, we've reached human trials for the vaccine just 8 weeks later. That's a record by many, many months. It used to take years to do this, and now we did it just in a very short while. That's the fastest development in history of what we're doing with regard to the vaccine. We're making very, very big progress. Today I can announce further steps to expand testing capacity. We're working with several groups to determine if the self-swab, a much easier process than the current process that's not very nice to do, I can tell you, because I did it. But we have a current process that's a little bit difficult. If you have it done, the groups are working on determining if a self-swab by an individual is as effective as the other. The other is very effective, very accurate. But we're going to see if we can do a self-swab, which is would be a lot more popular, I can tell you that. So, and that would be administered also by a health official, but it would be a lot easier to do. The fact is that the health professionals would free up a lot. Let me just say, the self-swab is what it is. It's a self-swab. You do it yourself. The other has to be issued by a health professional, and it's something that is quite difficult. And we think it's working out for the self-swab. And if it would test positive, the people would go and they would do what they have to do. But we think that's probably working out. I've asked the FDA to cut through the red tape and reduce regulatory barriers. We are looking at some very exciting things, and I'm going to be holding a news conference either today. We're going to talk about the FDA. Some things are happening that are quite exciting, and we're going to be doing that either later today or tomorrow, fairly early tomorrow. So see what happens. But the FDA, my instructions is I've been working very, very hard on a number of developments, and we'll be discussing them with you later today or tomorrow. And this afternoon, I'll be meeting with nurses on the front lines of the battle against the virus. They're truly American heroes. They want to get it done. They're incredible people. So we're going to be meeting with nurses, and I actually look forward to that. They're very brave. They're taking a lot of risk, and they have done an incredible job, and they never complain. Today, I'm also announcing that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and eviction at the end of April. So we're working very closely with Dr. Ben Carson and everybody from HUD. Every generation of Americans has been called to make shared sacrifices for the good of the nation. In World War II, young people in their teenage years volunteered to fight. They wanted to fight so badly because they love our country. Workers refused to go home and slept on factory floors to keep assembly lines running. And, you know, the numbers of ships that they built during World War II to this day has nothing like that has ever been equal. They were doing ships literally on a daily basis. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And to this day, nobody's seen anything like that, what they were able to do during World War II. And now it's our time. We must sacrifice together because we are all in this together, and we'll come through together. It's the invisible enemy. That's always the toughest enemy, the invisible enemy, but we're going to defeat the invisible enemy. I think we're going to do it even faster than we thought, and it will be a complete victory. It'll be a total victory. So we'll have a second conference, again, having to do with the FDA, and this, I think it's going to be potentially a very exciting news conference, and we will do it as quickly as we can, so whether it's today or tomorrow. And I'll, with that, ask Mike Pence to say a few words, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met this morning, and now that we have cases in all 50 states, we're continuing to move out on the President's call to bring the full resources of the federal government, a full partnership with every state and territory, the full power of the American economy to support businesses and families. As the President says to us and every day, we'll do whatever it takes. We're all in this together. Yesterday, the President met with the tourism executives and also had an engaging discussion with all the top companies in our industrial and medical supply chain. The President, as you all are aware, announced today that by mutual consent, the northern border to Canada will be closed to non-essential travel. This does not include essential travel or the transit of goods, but it was through mutual discussion that took place this morning between the President and Prime Minister Trudeau, and the Department of Homeland Security will be effectuating that decision. The President spoke with some of the nation's top business leaders today, again, to speak about the supply chain in the country. For our part, we're going to be conducting a conference call later today with state and local health officials to renew our ongoing commitment of cooperation and collaboration. As the President said last week in signing the Stafford Act, he stood up the National Response Coordination Center, and today at the President's direction, FEMA has gone to level 1. FEMA's mission is to support disasters that are locally executed, state-managed, and federally supported. And tomorrow, the President will be hosting all the nation's governors from a video conference at FEMA to ensure that they have full connection to all of the activated regions for FEMA going forward. With regard to testing, I'm pleased to report that we're increasing the number of tests being performed by the thousands every day, thanks to the public-private partnership that President Trump forged with commercial laboratories around the country. Our health experts tell us to remind every American, it's important to remember, people without symptoms should not get tested. We want to make sure that the supply of testing is there for those that need it most or are symptomatic or in the vulnerable population. Dr. Deborah Birx in a moment was the progress that we're making on testing, the infection rate, our recommendations to every, as well as some important new findings about the impact on youth that we're gaining from data that's coming in from Europe that'll be important to every American. On the subject of supply, the President has our task force extremely focused, as the President mentioned mentioned that he's invoking the Defense Production Act today. Secretary Esper in a few moments will describe the ongoing efforts that the Department of Defense is taking to make medical resources available. Secretary Robert Wilkie will list decisions the VA has made to expand hospital capacity within their system. Also, with regard to medical personnel, at the President's direction, HHS is issuing a regulation today will allow all doctors and medical professionals to practice across state lines to meet the needs of hospitals that may arise in adjoining areas. In addition to that, we are again today asking every American and our medical community leaders and hospitals to partner with us in delaying elective procedures across the country in our healthcare system to ensure that medical supplies and medical capacity go where they're needed most. Seema Verma will describe guidance that CMS will be issuing on that front. And finally, I want to remind every American of the President's 15-day guidance to slow the spread. We are grateful for members of the media and the general public that are adhering to these, sharing them with neighbors and friends. All of our experts continue to believe that if every American will do their part and embrace and put into practice these principles, that we can significantly limit the reach of the coronavirus in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Birx, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. So, you know, we continue to look at data every single day. There are concerning reports coming out of France and Italy about some young people getting seriously ill and very seriously ill in the ICUs. We think part of this may be that people heeded the early data coming out of China and coming out of South Korea that the elderly or those with pre-existing medical conditions were at particular risk. It may have been that the millennial generation, our largest generation, our future generation that will carry us through for the next multiple decades, there may be disproportional number of infections among that group. And so even if it's a rare occurrence, it may be seen more frequently in that group and be evident now. So we're looking at that information very carefully. We have not seen any significant mortality in the children, but we are concerned about the early reports coming out of Italy and France. So again, I'm going to call on generation that's part of that group that brought us innovation, particularly throughout all of their ability to look around corners and skip through games I always went level by level. I didn't realize that you could go from level 3 to level 7. That's what they've taught us. They look for things that we don't see. We need them to be healthy. So again, not only calling on you to heed what's in the guidance, but to really ensure that each and every one of you are protecting each other. And so cannot have these large gatherings that continue to occur throughout the country for people who are off work, then be socializing in large groups and spreading the virus. You have the potential then to spread it to someone who does have a condition that none of us knew about and cause them to have a disastrous outcome. Finally, on the testing piece and what we're learning, I know you know last week in bringing the private sector, I think what has been exciting to me over the last 2.5 weeks is to see this administration harness the full capacity of the private sector, understanding that a lot of our solutions that we need to confront this virus rely on the private sector. Bringing the private sector commercial labs was critical into this process. We are now beginning to see they have spread out in a prioritized way because we asked them to prioritize the regions that were mostly affected. And so you still may have difficulty getting tests in areas that do not have significant cases. We've had them prioritize the regions where we need diagnosis and their diagnostic percent. Remember I told you South Korea was under 4%, so 96% of people were negative. The last report we've seen from the laboratories have about a 7+% positivity rate. Still 93+% or 92% are negative. But I think that's encouraging to me personally that we're prioritizing appropriately to those areas that have the greatest need. Today and yesterday, Thermo Fisher pushed out most of their laboratory testing capacity. That will dramatically increase that platform and the ability to run additional tests in addition to push. So I appreciate everybody's attention to these numbers. I'm excited that we've prioritized where the need was the greatest. But again, please follow the guidance and please make sure in every report that you're putting out that you're talking about the presidential guidance to actually stop the spread of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, very much. Mark, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So good afternoon, everyone, and I want to provide an update on DOD's coronavirus efforts as we continue to focus on 3 priorities. That's, first of all, protecting our personnel and their families. Second, safeguarding our national security and capabilities. And third, of course, supporting the administration's whole-of-government approach. First of all, though, I do want to assure the American people that the United States military remains ready and capable of defending the country and our interests abroad. Now, with that, the Department is leaning forward in our response to COVID-19. We have issued international domestic travel restrictions to all DoD personnel and families that should dramatically reduce potential exposure to the virus. Those have been in place for some time now. As I announced yesterday, the Department of Defense will make available up to 5 million N95 respirator masks and other personal protective equipment from our strategic reserves to the Department of Health and Human Services for distribution. The first 1 million masks will be available immediately. We're also prepared to distribute to HHS up to 2,000 operational deployable ventilators for use as needed. Yesterday, I was at Fort Detrick, Maryland, which is probably the military's premier research institute, where I got updated on the incredible work our people are doing as part of the interagency team to work on vaccines and therapeutics. They are making great progress there. We also have announced that we've certified our 16th lab, or will soon certify our 16th lab to help with processing tests from across the country. Additionally, I have directed, as the President mentioned, that the hospital ships Mercy and Comfort be prepared to deploy to increase the nation's medical capacity. And we have also alerted a variety of field and expeditionary hospitals to be prepared to deploy as well as needed, based on direction from the Commander-in-Chief. Today, leadership from the Army Corps of Engineers is in New York, meeting with Governor Cuomo and his team. I spoke with Governor Cuomo yesterday, and other governors I will be speaking to more in the coming days to make sure that they know what DoD can provide through our system to address their needs. In my conversations with governors and members of Congress about DoD's resources, I've made it clear that we will continue to support the administration's comprehensive efforts and the country every step of the way while ensuring our nation's security remains the top priority. I want to conclude by thanking again all of our service members and their families who have been affected by this outbreak. They are all great heroes. We are continuing to support them throughout this. We are all in this together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. So yesterday, the President made a very important amendment about telehealth, and this is allowing our 62 million seniors to be able to get some medical services from the safety of their home, reducing their risk and without any copays. But we're also making sure the healthcare system is prepared and that those on the front lines have the support that they need. The reality is the stakes are high. We need to preserve personal protective equipment for those that are on the front lines of this fight. And to that end, we have put out guidelines over the last 2 weeks to expand the types of masks that can be used in routine care and save N95s for the most risky situations. Conserving personal protective equipment also essential to combat the virus. So today, CMS will announce detailed
Norway,
recommendations.
South Africa, Spain, Switzerland, and Thailand. And I trust many more will join. I continue to be inspired by the many demonstrations of solidarity from all over the world. The COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund has now raised more than $43 million from more than 173,000 individuals and organizations. Few days since we launched it. I would especially like to thank FIFA for its contribution of $10 million. This and other efforts give me hope that together we can and will prevail. This virus is presenting us with an unprecedented threat, but it's also an unprecedented opportunity to come together as one against a common enemy, an enemy against humanity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros, for remarks. We will start with the questions. I will just remind once again, if it's possible, to have only one question per person, so we can get as many questions as possible. So if we are ready, we can start with Pavel from Poland, from the outlet
Hello,
Noise. Pavel, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, please, Pavel.
Okay, hello. Up to today, Poland ran 9,000 tests on a population of 38 million, which many consider as far too few. Do you have any recommendation on how testing is advisable for a country in containment phase like Poland? And when can we expect cheaper version of diagnostic tests to be available in Europe? Thank you.
If I understood well, the question is about how much testing should be done in a country of the size of Poland?
Yes, yes.
And when the tests would be available in Poland?
No, when cheaper version of diagnostic tests be available in Europe.
When cheaper tests would be available in Europe?
First of all, the volume of testing is clearly determined by the number of suspect cases that you have. So I think the focus here is not how much testing it needs to reach a certain number. The real challenge is, are you testing every single suspect case? Every suspect case should be tested, their contacts identified. If those contacts are sick or showing symptoms, they should be tested. That requires a scale up because many countries have not been systematically testing all suspect cases, and it's one of the reasons why we're behind in this epidemic. So we need that to happen. Secondly, there are many manufacturers producing tests. WHO is contracted with a manufacturer of production of tests mainly aimed at supporting developing countries. I am sure that Poland and through the European Union and others has access to many companies who are producing tests either in the academic or in the private sector. But if there is a need, any country may contact WHO and we will either point them to a manufacturer or, if needed, provide them with emergency testing capacity.
Thank you very much. Hope this answers question from Pavel. If we can go now to Simon Ateba from Today News Africa. Simon, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We will try to level up the sound a little bit. Please go ahead, Simon.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you for taking my question. My name is Simon Ateba from Today News Africa in Washington, D.C. I know that coronavirus is spreading in Africa, is now in over 30 countries, and almost 600 people have been affected. But there's a problem. You still have big gatherings. You still have big religious gatherings. You still have big weddings. For instance, a popular pastor in Nigeria, Prophet T.B. Joshua, has told his followers that the virus will be defeated on the 27th of March, and he's not the only one. So my question is, do you think this is the time to avoid, to stop big religious gatherings, big weddings, and all the things that bring us together in Africa and believe in science for the first time?
Thank you very much, Simon. The line was not the best, but I will just repeat the question for everyone. The question is about big religious gatherings in Africa, and is this a risky thing for spread of the virus on the continent?
First of all, congratulations to many of our member states in Africa who've reacted very quickly to put in place the necessary surveillance, the laboratory testing, and other measures. Africa is a resilient continent with a resilient population who've dealt and deal with epidemics every day of every year, unfortunately. At the moment, the incidence of COVID-19 in Africa is low. It may be higher due to lack of detection, but within reason, Africa has a major opportunity to avoid some of the worst impacts of the epidemic and to prepare its public health system and its health system for this. With this in mind, African countries are looking at all of the different options, and I'm sure they're looking at the experience in Asia, the experience in Europe, and looking at what options work best for them. Certainly at this moment in time, all countries that have disease inside their borders need to examine the appropriate measures to limit contact between individuals, particularly large mass gatherings that have the potential to amplify disease. But we fully understand that depending on where countries are in the disease development or in the evolution of the epidemic, those decisions are based on different risk management factors. But in principle, WHO's view at this moment is that all countries with community transmission or clusters of cases inside the country, in order to avoid disease amplification, should be seriously considering delaying or reducing mass gatherings that bring people together in an intense way and have the potential to amplify and spread disease, particularly large religious type gatherings that bring people from very far away into
something like that, very close to that. Think of that. So it spreads violently. It's a very contagious, very, very contagious virus.
Do you consider America to be on a warm footing in terms of fighting this virus?
I do. I actually do. I'm looking at it that way because, you know, if it got out of control, the big thing we did was a very early stoppage of people coming in who could be very, very heavily infected. That was a very good move, and it was very early, very, very early, when most people, including a lot of professionals, they didn't want to do it. That really saved a lot of lives. And yeah, I look at it, I view it as in a sense, a wartime president. I mean, that's what we're fighting. I mean, it's a very tough situation. You have to do things. You have to close parts of an economy that 6 weeks ago were the best they've ever been. We had the best economy we've ever had. And then one day you have to close it down in order to defeat the enemy. And but we're doing it, and we're doing it well. And I'll tell you, the American people have been incredible. For the most part, they've been really incredible. Yeah, please, Caitlin.
For you, and then I have one for Secretary Wilkie as well. I'll start with you. You just said there are a tremendous number of ventilators that we have, but for weeks, hospitals have been warning about a critical shortage that they say we are not prepared for. So why did it take so long to invoke the Defense Production
Well, you know,
Act?
hospitals is for ventilators too. And when we have thousands of ventilators, it sounds like a lot, but this is a very unforeseen thing. Nobody ever thought of these numbers. Nobody ever saw numbers like this. Even with regard to testing, normally we wouldn't be doing testing, and they decided to do it. Very, very hard to ramp up. Now we're getting highly sophisticated tests, and it's going very well, but nobody's ever heard of testing in the kind of quantities that you're talking about.
But we knew for weeks we need more ventilators. So why did it take so long?
Well, we knew. It depends. It depends on how it goes. Worst case, absolutely. Best case, not at all. So we're going to have to see where it goes. But we are ordering thousands and thousands of ventilators. And they're complex, you know, these are complex machines, and but we're does anybody have a, Mike, maybe you do, how many do we have?
Yeah, you said
And
you
we're
could
ordering,
access the
please,
number.
yeah, please. Do you know the number?
We have a specific number of ventilators in the stockpile. It's in excess of 10,000, and you just heard the announcement from the Department of Defense. They'll be adding several more thousand to that. But the President, even this morning and yesterday afternoon, speaking with the largest companies in the supply chain in this country, we're hearing a tremendous spirit among industry leaders who are ready to step in and add to that volume. The stockpiles don't count all of the ventilators that exist today in the marketplace and in healthcare facilities around the country. But the President's given us a directive to make sure that our stockpile, but just as importantly, working with industry leaders, that we're securing the increase in ventilators, the increase in masks, gloves, eye protective care, garments that are all necessary to lean forward. And we're confident we'll be able to accomplish that with the incredible cooperation of the supply chain that exists in America today.
But we don't have an exact number for nationwide, how many ventilators we have?
We can give you that exact number. We'll give it to you. But we're ordering a lot more.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead in the back. Yes.
Question for the VA Secretary? I have one question.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second, Caitlin. We'll do it in a second.
Okay.
You'll be able to.
Two questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes.
The first one on the Canadian border. What was the tipping point? Friday we talked about it, and Monday, you know, we're not considering closing
No, I said
the border.
not yet. I spoke with the Prime Minister, Trudeau. Very good relationship, obviously, between us and our two countries, and no tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win the war. That is so important, and we both thought it was time. Now, it's not affecting trade. It's non-essential. It's non-essential crossings. It won't affect trade at all, and it was just something we thought would be good for both countries. Yes, please.
Second question, Mr. President. How can you be sure that trade
Go ahead,
is not going to be a vector of the virus? How can you be sure that trade and everything that's being shipped from one side?
Well, they're doing it in a very careful manner. You can only be vigilant and very professional, but it's not pertaining at this moment to trade between the two countries. Yeah, please.
We are hearing that the $1 trillion economic stimulus package could look something like $50 billion for the airlines, $150 billion in loan guarantee critical sectors of the economy, a $250 billion payment on April 6th directly to individuals, another $250 billion payment on May 18th, again, directly to individuals, and as well $300 billion for small business loan guarantees. Is that, in the general sense, what you're looking at?
It could be, and we're also playing with the numbers, a lot of very big numbers and a lot of very small numbers, frankly. We want to take care. We have to help everybody. It was nobody's fault. This happened. I mean, some people could say it was somebody's fault, actually. But it was nobody's fault, and certainly none of these companies that all of a sudden had no passengers in planes and had no passengers on cruise ships and all of the things that have happened. But I will say that they can't be blamed for this, and we want to keep those companies vibrant, because there's going to be a comeback very, very quickly as soon as this is solved, and it will be solved. We will win, and there will be a comeback, and it'll take place very quickly.
$250 billion. There's, give or take, 330 million Americans or so. If you just do the math, that's about $750 a person. A family of four, that would be about $3,000 on average. Again, rough math. Is that where this is headed?
Well, no, I don't want to say that, because it's a moving. These are all every number that you mentioned. Yes, we've talked about those numbers. We're also moving those numbers in both directions. So we'll let you know. It's moving along fast. Again, there's a great bipartisan effort going on that I haven't really seen before to this extent.
On the self-swab that you mentioned at the beginning of this, has the FDA approved that test?
No, they're looking at it. It's down the line, looking at it very seriously. And I think it would be a great thing, because the others, to use a nice word, it's very inconvenient. It's very tough.
You tweeted this morning about your approval rating amongst Republicans. You have said that you give yourself a 10 in terms of handling this crisis. How do you reassure Americans at home who don't trust you to handle a crisis of this magnitude?
Well, I think we're doing a really good job. We started off with a termination of the border, the people coming in from China, where this all started. That meant I took it very seriously. And when I use the word calm, calm doesn't mean that I'm not taking it seriously. Calm means, and we should be calm. We should be extremely calm. But yeah, 95% within the Republican Party and over 50%. And I also have, we have very great approval numbers. I mean, people like the job that we're doing. And when you compare this to other epidemics, or if you want to use a different term, you can, but within this country, and you look at what's happened over the years, this is being handled very, very professionally. We have the greatest professionals in the world. We're doing a good job. Nobody's ever been swamped like this. And nothing's been so contagious. The level of contagion has been incredible, actually. Nobody's seen anything quite like this. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
If I can ask you about the test, sir, for a second. Yeah. If federal officials have shipped millions of tests, as you and your colleagues have said, why, as the federal government says, have only 59,000 tests been processed to this point? We just heard from the Atlanta public health director saying that they have fewer than 50 test kits for more than 900,000 citizens.
Yeah,
Where are
well,
the tests?
I'll let Mike answer that.
So that's a very critical question, and thank you for asking it. So the test kits that we put out last week through the approval, the rapid movement of that meeting that President Trump called less than 2 weeks ago, that has resulted in bringing our private sector to the table, because the tests in the platform that was out there could only run between 4 and 12 tests per platform per day. We've now moved into platforms that can run basically tens of thousands of tests per day. So the reason I'm grateful for your question, because it allows me to point out that, of course, then there was backlog. There were individuals who had been tested, who hadn't had their specimen run because of the slow throughput. It's now in a high-speed platform. So we will see the number of people diagnosed dramatically increase over the next 4 to 5 days. I know some of you will use that to raise an alarm that we are worse than Italy because of our slope of our curve. To American out there, it will be 5 to 6 days worth of tests being done in 24 to 48 hours. So our curves will not be stable until sometime next week. The reason I talked about Thermo Fisher yesterday is because their platform is in 2,000 laboratories. They're the ones that are putting out the 1 million tests this week that will solve the issue that Atlanta and others have brought up. I wanted to be clear. We prioritize the areas. We do county by county analyses. Based on those analyses, on what counties had more than 50 cases, we prioritize the test kits we put out, the 400,000. And that's why we're seeing 7% plus positivity rate. We'll be able to expand that platform and reprioritize based on the accessibility of the other kits.
Mr. President, perhaps I can follow up. How are non-symptomatic professional athletes get tests while others are waiting in line and can't get them? Do the well-connected go to the front of the line?
Well, you'd have to ask them that question. I mean, I've read. No, I wouldn't say so, but perhaps that's been the story of life. That does happen on occasion, and I've noticed where some people have been tested really quickly. Look, we inherited a very. Excuse me. Excuse me. We inherited a very obsolete system. This was a system that was out of date, obsolete, or it was a system that was never meant to take care of the kind of quantity, the number of people that we're talking about, millions and millions of people. If you go back in years past, like even recently with the flu, nobody had tests before. They test the entire nation to see whether or not they had flu. They got the flu, they got better. Hopefully they got better, that was it. Now all of a sudden they do this very complex testing. What we've done is we've broken it down, we've broken up the system, but it was obsolete, and or you could say it was also a system that just wasn't meant to handle the kind of volume they're talking about. We've rebuilt it into a system that for the future will be a very good system if you want to go that route. But this was never done before, and I would imagine it will be done in the future, but we built it into a very good system by using private companies, the great private companies. And I have to say Roche has been doing a very good job. They're doing a lot of work, a very good job. But this was an obsolete system. This was not a system that was meant to do anything like this or even near this. John?
Mr. President, a couple of things. A major trade coalition is calling on you to suspend tariffs with other countries as part of the response to the coronavirus.
Who heads that group? Those countries do. Probably.
No, it's an
Go
American,
check.
It's an American free trade.
I know. I'm sure of free trade. Look, paying us billions and billions of dollars in tariffs, and there's no reason to do that. They haven't even spoken to me about that. China hasn't asked me to do that, but we're getting billions of dollars a year from tariffs from China, and I can't imagine Americans asking for that, but it could be that China will ask for a suspension or something. We'll see what happens. China's having a very rough time. They have their worst year in 76 years, as I understand it. They have a very tough time, and then on top of it, this happened with the virus. But no, we're taking in billions of dollars a year in tariffs, and this was caused by something totally unrelated to tariffs.
And on asylum seekers and people who cross the southern border illegally, are you planning to invoke 42 U.S.C. 265, which would allow you to prohibit entry of certain people
The
across
answer is
the border?
yes.
And when will that happen?
Very soon, probably today. Yes.
Question for you and then a question for Dr. Burke.
Yeah.
On the border, firstly, are there plans to fully shut the Mexican border? And what do you define as essential travel when it comes to the U.S.-Canadian border?
Well, I think essential is medical. We have military working together. We have industry working together. And again, it's not affecting trade. So things like that. But just leisurely, let's go restaurant and have dinner, which a lot of people do. They come both ways. They go in both directions. That kind of thing we have ended on a temporary basis. Yeah, please go ahead. Not close it. No, we're not going to close it. But we are invoking a certain provision that will allow us great latitude as to what we do.
May I ask
Please.
some questions if I could?
Yeah, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead.
The Wall Street Journal.
Doctor.
So I just wanted to clarify something, because just a week ago, you all were standing here telling us that unless you had sustained contact with somebody symptomatic for COVID-19, you really didn't need to worry. You told the president, the vice president, that if they shook hands with somebody who had this, if they took a photograph with somebody who had this, they didn't really need to worry. And yet, several days later, we're in a situation where people are being told, don't leave your houses. There are curfews saying you cannot walk alone at night after a certain time. Can you walk us through what seems like a very dramatic swing, a very dramatic disconnect from what we were hearing before, we're hearing now?
So two things. We look at data all the time, and I know you're looking at the China and South Korea data. And when you look at China and South Korea data and you look what China and South Korea did, you can see that their curves are not only blunted outside of Wuhan, so the Chinese areas outside of Wuhan, blunted curve, and South Korea, blunted curve. If you look at their curve today, they're already on the far end of their epidemic curve. Of course, none of those countries are fully back to work, and so that's what we worry about too. Secondly, there was a series of scientific articles published, and I know you've seen them too, about surface contamination. I think none of us really understood the level of surface piece. So we're still working out how much is it by human-human transmission and how much is it by surface. This is why those fundamental guidelines were put out that says don't expose yourself to surfaces outside the home. Basically what those guidelines are is don't expose yourself to X number of persons who could be asymptomatic and infected, and then the person-to-person contact, and don't expose yourself to surfaces that could have had the virus on it, for which on hard surfaces, I know we had the cardboard issue about shipping, hard surfaces, not shown in fabric as much or in cardboard, but hard surface transmission. These are issues that we haven't had to deal with before with the level of respiratory infections, and that's why we have this concern, and that's why the President put out the guidelines. And so it's to cover both of those pieces. That's all new science, all new models. I think many of you have the Imperial study available and looked at the impact of those. That's the first time those have been modeled as a comprehensive approach to mitigating an epidemic.
And Dr. Burks, yesterday...
What about money?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the administration has looked at an executive order that would expand the use of investigational drugs against the virus, but that FDA scientists are warning that this could put patients at risk.
I haven't seen the article. No, I haven't seen the article. We are making a lot of progress therapeutically. I will say that, but I have not seen that article, no. Go ahead.
Mr. President, shut down non-essential travel to Canada. Are you considering shutting down all travel to blunt the spread of the virus? And we've heard from industries like the airlines who are seeking relief. What other industries or what how exactly is your administration going to determine which industries and businesses get
Well, there
help?
are certain industries that people know. I mean, the airlines would be number one if you look at what's going on. They go from having the best year they've ever had to having no passengers because of what we've had to do in order to win this war. It's a war. And so, you know, basically, you know, what many of the industries are. What we want to do is we want to make sure they all stay together so that after the war is won, we can immediately go right back to where we were and even beyond. I think we're going to go beyond where we were. And a lot of people are saying that, by the way. We're poised to do that. But we have to win the war first. Yeah, please, go ahead.
To follow up on that, Treasury proposed $150 billion today for those industries, but their proposal doesn't detail which industries would get that money and how much. So aside from the airlines, which you just mentioned, what about the cruise industry, the hotels? Yeah. How much of that money do you see them each year?
We're talking about all of it. Haven't detailed it yet. We have detailed it to senators and to members of the House. We have been talking about it, and we're coming up with this. Haven't gotten there yet, but certainly hotel industry, the cruise ship industry, the airlines, those are all prime candidates, absolutely.
On the northern border, sir, when you say temporary, the northern border, yeah. When you say temporary, which is what you said in your tweet, does that mean 30 days?
I would say 30 days, and hopefully at the end of 30 days we'll be in great shape. Jeff, please.
I was struck by what Dr. Burke said about millennials and others perhaps not taking some of these warnings as seriously as you would like. Some of those people also seem to be your supporters and conservatives who may be quoting some of what you said at the beginning of this, comparing it to the flu. What is your message to them to really follow what you've been saying so far, and are you concerned that they're still listening maybe to some of your earlier comments rather than your more recent ones?
Well, I think my earlier comments are to be calm. I mean, I do want people to be calm because we're going to win this and we're going to win it. It's just a question of time, and I wanted to go quickly. So, in the fact that I wanted to go quickly, I hope they just listen to what we've been saying over the last period of time. We don't want them gathering, and I see they do gather, including on beaches and including in restaurants, young people. They don't realize they're feeling invincible. I don't know if you felt invincible when you were very young, but they were feeling totally invincible or are feeling that way, but they don't realize that they can be carrying lots of bad things home to grandmother and grandfather and even their parents. So we want them to heed the advice. We mean the advice, and I think it's getting through. I do believe it's through, Jim.
If they're watching, what do you say to them if they're watching? Sorry.
If they're what?
I think there are a lot of them watching, a lot of these people at home, these young people.
Well, I think I just said it.
I was going to say, what do you say to them?
Heed the advice. Heed the advice. I just said, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Mr. President, how long do you think this is going to wrap? Mr. President, how long do you think this is going to wrap?
We'll get you next, okay? Say it.
Thank you, Mr. President. In talking about China, you've been very clear about who you think is to blame or where the origin to blame for this virus is.
Not think. No. I don't think. I know where it came from. I don't know if you'd say China's to blame. Certainly we didn't get an early run on it. It would have been helpful if we knew about it earlier. But it comes from China. And it's not a question about that. Nobody's questioning that.
Senator Cotton is saying that they should be punished, in so many words, for inflicting this on the American people. Do you feel that way about it?
Well, I have a lot of respect for Tom Cotton, and I know exactly what he's been saying. And there are those people that say that. So we'll see what happens. Thank you. Go ahead. It's your turn. Go ahead. Please. He's been waiting a long time. Please. You've had your hand up so nicely for a long time. It's your time.
Thank you, sir. We've seen the Chinese government kick out reporters from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post. What is your message to the Chinese when it comes to transparency at a moment where you still have reporters asking you questions here at the White House?
Yeah, I'm not happy to see it. I don't, I have my own disputes with all three of those media groups. I think you know that very well. But I don't like seeing that at all. I'm not happy about that at all. Yes, please.
You didn't correct the language, so I wonder if you agree with it. Do you believe that China is inflicting this upon our country?
No, I don't believe they're inflicting. I think they could have given us a lot earlier. Absolutely. Please. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, your credibility ratings are very low. There was a recent NPR poll.
Who are you asking that question?
I'm asking...
Because I see that they're high. If you look, I'm 95% of the Republican Party. We just had a poll that was done by a very reputable group where I'm beating Sleepy Joe Biden by a lot in Florida, in the state of Florida, and in other states. You know, so I don't know who you're talking about. All right, Jennifer, go ahead, please.
Two questions, if you're willing, sir. Would you give us an update on your conversation with the airline executives?
Yeah.
Did you explain to them what's coming? What was their reaction?
I did, and they explained to me where they're coming from. I mean, they went from, as I said, full planes, packed, the best year they've ever had by far, to one day empty because of what we have to do to get rid of, to win this war. Or we would have a level of death like people haven't seen before. So they've been fantastic. I mean, they've been great, but you know, they went from being extremely happy to being people that are running companies that are going to need some help, and we'll help them, Jennifer.
Would you be willing to give us an update on how that's going? We've been getting some reports that counties have been having difficulty getting
well, it's going. I mean, there's a lot of influx to those loans, as you can imagine. A lot of people are looking at it, but we're going to be increasing funding a lot. They're very well prepared to do what they have to do, and the SBA is doing a fantastic job. She is doing a really good job, the administrator. John?
Mr. President, a couple of questions for Dr. Burks,
yeah.
if I could. Dr. Burks, French researchers have had some luck with hydroxychloroquine in shortening the duration of disease. Is that something that might be in the arsenal of therapeutics here in the United States?
I think we're exploring every one of those issues. The president asked for a critical briefing on that today. He opened with that. It is more than that single drug. There are other drugs that individuals are looking at. Just to go back to what we've talked about many times, there is things that look really good in cell culture against the virus, look good in small animals, and then don't have an impact in humans. And so those are the pieces that we're looking at very carefully. Of course, there's always anecdotal reports, and we're trying to figure how many anecdotal reports equal real scientific breakthroughs.
And second question, are you confident of the seasonality of coronavirus?
All we can do is look at the past to inform the future. We know what SARS looked like. We also know, and I just want to put this out, I know you can get it online, look at the curve in China and look at the curve in South Korea. Those curves were accomplished in still the winter season. And so we're trying to understand what those relationships are. We're very interested in the curves in Italy because of their different approach, and we're following every single country's curves. And so all we can do is look at prior coronavirus and prior respiratory infection RNA viruses. These are RNA viruses. When you look flu in the northern hemisphere, when you look at parainfluenza and some of the other cold viruses, and if you look at SARS, that's the way the peak normally occurs. But that is a November to April. We all started later. And so you're asking me to predict based on a later start, and that's what we're trying to really look at China and South Korea to really inform.
All right, Caitlin, go ahead.
A question for Secretary Wilkie, if you don't mind, or you can answer if you'd like. How many veterans of those that need to be tested have been tested?
Those that have needed to be tested, we believe we've caught most of them. Right now, we have 44 veterans who have tested positive. Sadly, one has passed in Portland. We are working with states and private companies to make sure that testing is available. Because the president had us out aggressively early, we have been in a better place than most healthcare systems in the country. I cannot predict, as Dr. Burke said, when the next surge will be, if it will be, but one of the things that we do at VA, we prepare for national emergencies, be they national disasters or epidemics. We started preparing for this. We started stockpiling equipment. Our equipment is stable, and I think that's in large part because of the instructions the president gave me.
But do you have a number of how many have been tested out of the number that
We've tested several hundred. I can't. Yeah, we've tested several hundred. Yes, we've tested several hundred. I don't know exactly. I do know that 44 veterans have the virus. Most of those are quarantined at home.
Go ahead in the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question for Dr. Burks, quickly. I'm trying to understand what it's about the mortality rate. Yesterday, we underlined the fact that we had reached 100 deaths. And this morning, we wake up and we're at 110. Within 12 hours, we climbed by 10%. Is it something we have to expect from now on, a 10% increase every 12 hours?
So very early on in each one of these cases, if you look at all of the countries to date, the mortality is heightening because you're diagnosing the sickest, the ones who came in quite ill. And I just want to remind the American public that still the majority, the risk for serious illness in the majority of Americans are low. But that doesn't mean that you can't transmit it to one of those higher risk groups. And that's why for all Americans to take responsibility. You're seeing mortality or deaths today from infections that occurred 2 to 3 weeks ago in general. The other thing that you're seeing is the dramatic and very difficult impact of this virus in nursing homes. And that's why very early on, the President and Vice President had us come out and CMS put those very strict rules in place. And everybody thought we were being too strict and keeping loved ones away from their family and nursing homes. If we're going to solve this with a lower death rate, we have to protect the elderly because of their percent is much higher in mortality than any other age group.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, there's reporting that the federal government has a plan that shows that this coronavirus might last as long as 18 months. Are you seeing those numbers? Could it
No, we're not seeing that at all.
And then my second question is, there are at least one White House official who used the term Kung flu, referring to the fact that this virus started in China. Is that acceptable? Is it wrong? Are you worried that having this virus be talked about as a Chinese virus, that might
I wonder who said that. You know who said that?
I'm not sure the person's name, but would you condemn the fact
say
that
the term again?
A person at the White House used the term Kung flu. My question is, do you think that's wrong, Kung flu? And do you think using the term Chinese virus, that puts Asian Americans at risk, that people might target them?
No, not at all. I think they probably would agree with 100%. It comes from China. There's nothing not to agree. Okay, how about last question? Please go ahead.
Switching gears very quickly.
Say it.
Switching gears to a larger question here. We've seen that before the pandemic, there were a lot of Americans that were already alienated. We saw deaths of despair increasing through suicide and other things. Now, as individuals, a lot of times in rural parts of the country, are self-isolating. What is your message to those individuals, and what do you hope that individuals, communities, and churches will do to reach out to them?
My message is to all Americans, but to those Americans who are going through a lot, we love them, we're with them, and we will not let them down. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Vice President, do you agree with the term Chinese virus?
Dr. Birx, do you believe that this is a Chinese virus? Is that okay to say?
Contact either the hotline number that is available in your country, or you call your healthcare provider, and you say, these are my symptoms, do I need to come in? And in most cases, you will not need to go in. You will not need. But if you do have the symptoms that we worry about for COVID-19, which include fever, which include dry cough, which include shortness of breath, then you will need to seek care. And it's important that that process is in place in countries so people that they know where they can go and when they should go seek health care. It's about the rational use of masks. We have provided guidance about using a medical mask in the community. And if you're not sick, you shouldn't be wearing a medical mask. But if you are, then you should. Those decisions that are being made on an individual level impact the global supply for all of these materials. So please know that each individual has a role to play in this global supply issue.
Thank you very much. Next question will go to, and we will have two more questions, and then we will let you go. Next question will be Kai Kupferschmidt, but before that, I just need to say what's Anna Maria title, because it has been asked. So Anna Maria Henao, and I will spell the name A-N-A, Maria as M-A-R-I-A, Henao as H-E-N-A. And Anna Maria is Unit Head for Research and Development Blueprint at Health Emergencies Program here at WHO. Kai Kupferschmidt.
Thanks for taking my question. So maybe if I can, just a really quick clarification from Anna Maria. So the fifth arm of the Solidarity trial is just chloroquine or chloroquine plus something else? And then the question I wanted to ask, you're talking about testing, of course, and there's been a lot of discussion, but there also seems to be a problem with the supply of reagents for some of the testing kits. And I'm curious whether WHO is working on addressing that in some way, or whether you have some thoughts on that.
Okay, you are a very good friend of WHO, but I have to enforce the policy of one question. So
it was a question and a clarification.
Okay, so Ana Maria, please.
Chloroquine alone. So we are going to test in some countries chloroquine and in some countries hydroxychloroquine, and we are looking into the equivalence between the two doses. And we have an independent expert panel who help us the prioritization process, and this is how we arrive to this selection. Over.
On the lab side, we might actually, Ana Maria, bring Mark to the table there. Mark Perkins leads our lab portfolio under Maria's coordination, and there are lots of questions being asked about lab supplies and all of that. And again, as Maria said, there are different manufacturers producing tests on different platforms, so there could be a shortage in one area and not in another. So it's very hard to do a global evaluation. We've seen, for example, on some of the high throughput systems in the last few weeks, they haven't run out of the testing reagents, they've actually run out of equipment and supplies to support the high throughput system. So it's very easy to extrapolate a single problem in a single testing system to the whole system, but I will let Mark speak for himself. Our thanks to Mark and the team, because they've worked really hard over the last number of weeks. And within days of this virus being sequenced, we were working with scientists and collaborating centres and with manufacturers to produce highly qualified, validated tests that have actually been distributed to 120 countries. They're operating at a very high level of quality and quality assurance, and we're very, very pleased at the way in which they have performed throughout the world over the last number of weeks, and we thank Mark. We also thank all of those in the laboratory networks who've been working on this, all of the scientists, all of the manufacturers, all of the collaborating centres, and those who've worked to validate these tests in the fields. It's been a huge success and something that we are proud of, and we continue then to work with others to make sure that they're able to scale up at the same level. So Mark, maybe a word or two on some of the issues around reagents, supplies, assays, concerns around this.
Yes, there have been shortages of some of the materials, some of the ancillary materials, as mentioned, used in PCR reactions, which are the most common way to diagnose coronavirus. These are sometimes important chemistries that you can't find any place else other than diagnostic manufacturer. Some of the diagnostic manufacturing, a lot of it has been done in China, and with the outbreak in China, it decimated the workforce, at least made them unable to work and make some of those reagents and made it difficult to procure. The vast number of diagnostic companies are scaling up their own capacity to generate those reagents, and I think we'll get over that hump. There are more than 200 companies now working, already declared, sometimes already finished, working on diagnostics for coronavirus, and so we've a plethora of choices, and sorting out which ones work and which ones meet whose needs is really the next step for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Mark Perkins, and I was trying to find the exact title. Maybe can you just say the exact title for those who would like to use?
I'm the lead of laboratory networks in infectious hazard management.
Thank you very much, Mark. And we will go to the last question, and we will go to South China Morning Post. Do we have anyone from South China Morning Post?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hopefully we will hear you better. Try.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, great. Thanks so much for taking my question. Dr. Tedros mentioned the importance of international unity on this, and I just wondered whether anyone there at WHO had comments about the US President Donald Trump's continued usage of the Chinese virus as recently as this morning to refer to COVID, given that there continue to be reports of racism and xenophobic attacks against ethnic Chinese people around the world. So I was wondering whether you had anything about whether that kind of language may hamper or distract from the international community's ability to respond to that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we've been very clear right at the beginning of this event that viruses know no borders, and they don't care your ethnicity, the colour of your skin, or how much money you have in the bank. So it's really important that we be careful in the language we use, lest it lead to profiling of individuals associated with the virus. This is just something we need to all avoid. It's easy, you know, in situations to summarise or to make comments that are not intended to do that, but ultimately end up having that outcome. And I'm sure anyone would regret profiling a virus along an ethnic line. That's not something anybody would want. We need solidarity. We need to work together. There are many different origins. I've said it before in these press conferences. The pandemic influenza in 2009 originated in North America. We didn't call it the North American flu. So it's very important that we have the same approach when it comes to other viruses to avoid that. And we ask for that to be the intent that everybody has. This is a time for solidarity. This is a time for facts. This is a time to move forward together, to fight this virus together. There is no blame in this. All that we need now is to be able to identify the things we need to do, to move forward quickly, with speed, with certainty, and to avoid any indication of ethnic or other associations of this virus.
To say something on international unity, we've seen overwhelming international unity and solidarity for this pandemic, and I think every single instance that we can highlight that, we should. We see this in not only support for countries, verbal support for countries that are dealing with horrible outbreaks. We see this through donations, whether it's through or whether I see children drawing pictures for healthcare workers. Every single one of those acts of kindness is an act of international unity, and we'd like to see more of that. We see this through donations to the Solidarity Fund, which we're so grateful for, which will be used towards fighting this response. We see this through acts of people helping older people in their neighborhoods, of doing grocery shopping, of delivering care packaging, of helping your parents and grandparents set up their phones so that they can talk to each other over different platforms. All of that is international unity, and every single one of us has a responsibility to contribute to that, and every single reporter that's out there that's covering this has a responsibility to cover that too. It's really incredible that these are very tough times, and in many countries this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, but this will be temporary, and we will get through this, and we will get through this together.
Thank you very much for this message. We will conclude today's press briefing. We will have audio files sent to you very shortly and transcript tomorrow. And next press conference is scheduled for Friday. Wish you a nice evening.
暫時未見到出嚟喎。
係啦，差唔多走晒啦，人都冇，記者冇，媒體乜都冇，得翻我哋。係行家都走晒啦。咁我哋唔好企咁近啊！
度全民結社啊？
搞場啊，跟你走啊，咁呢個搞啊！真係。呢個冇蛋蛋嘅呢個，呢個冇蛋蛋嘅。
而家等待落機嗰班機咧，就進行一啲嘅出境手續啦。我睇個水牌先。水牌就顯示啦，我睇到啦，陸續都會有喺上海啦、新加坡啦、北京嘅班機到港啦。見到啦，有客啦就拖住個篋出嚟啦。啱啱嗰位女士咧就上咗身啦，我哋暫時未見到佢手上有冇手帶。
咁一個剪開件衫睇下有冇手帶。一個可以近啲演嗰度出嚟啊嘛！
屌出到嚟唔夠6個階磚啊！我哋
一出嚟睇到咁後啦，你啊！
出緊嚟有啲。保持10米距離，我哋嘅防線保持10米距離。有電腦可以 zoom 㗎嘛？啱出嚟應該係啲機組人員啦。
山長水遠得咁少人入嚟睇，快啲分享。哇！
見到都有唔少人出嚟啦，咁就暫時未見到手上有手帶啦。
The right time and to follow the scientific advice.
咁你等埋呢班機就離開呢個位置啊，咁都幾危險啊！
Where we've been consistently advised that there is an important trade-off. And so far, the judgment of our advisors has been that closing schools is actually of limited value in slowing the spread of the epidemic. And that's partly because counterintuitively schools are actually very safe environments, and in this disease, in this epidemic, children and young people are much less vulnerable. And hitherto, the advice has been that we should keep schools open if possible in order to reduce pressure on the NHS and on all other public services. But I think you'll agree that I've always been very clear that this is a balanced judgment and one that we've kept under constant review. So looking at the curve of the disease, looking at where we are now, we think now that we must apply downward, further downward pressure on that upward curve by closing the schools. So I can announce today, and Gavin Williamson is making a statement now in the House of Commons, that after schools shut their gates from Friday afternoon, they will remain closed for most pupils, for the vast majority of pupils, until further notice. And I'll explain what I mean by the vast majority of pupils. The objective is to slow the spread of the virus, and as I say, we judge that this is the right moment to do that. But of course, as I've always said, we also need to keep the NHS going and to treat the rising number of cases. So we need health workers who are also parents to continue to go to work. And we need other critical workers with children to keep doing their jobs too, from police officers who are keeping us safe, to the supermarket delivery drivers, social care workers who look after the elderly and who are so vital. We'll be setting out more details shortly about whom we mean in these groups. So we therefore need schools to make provision for the children of these key workers who would otherwise be forced to stay home. And they will also need to look after the most vulnerable children. This will mean that there will, of course, be far fewer children in the schools, and that will help us to slow the spread of the disease. And these measures are crucial to make sure that the, as I say, the critical parts of the economy keep functioning and public services keep functioning. So we're simultaneously asking nurseries and private schools to do the same, and we're providing financial support where it's needed. We're making provisions to supply meals and vouchers for children eligible for free school meals. And where some schools are already doing this, we'll make it clear that we will reimburse the cost. And of course, this does mean that exams will not take place as planned in May and June, though we will make sure that pupils get the qualifications they need and deserve for their academic career. Now, I know that these steps will not be easy for parents or for teachers, and for many parents this will be frustrating, and it will make it harder for them to go out to work. And of course, that's one of the reasons that we haven't wanted to go ahead. And that's why we are working on further measures to ensure that we support not just businesses but also individuals and their families to keep our economy going, as Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, outlined yesterday. I also need to remind parents, as we've already advised, that children should not be left with older grandparents or older relatives who may be particularly vulnerable and fall into some of the vulnerable groups. And I know that's going to be difficult too. And I want to thank families for their sacrifice at this difficult time. And I want to thank the whole country for the efforts that people are making to comply with these measures. I particularly want to thank teachers, head teachers, all the support staff who keep schools going, who are going to be able to make these exceptional arrangements work for the benefit of us all. By looking after the children of key workers, they will be a critical part of our fight back against coronavirus. And as I've said, we will take the right steps at the right time, guided by the science. We believe the steps we've already taken, together with those I'm announcing today, are already slowing the spread of the disease, but we will not hesitate to go further and faster in the days and weeks ahead. And we will do whatever it takes so that we beat it together. And I'm now going to pass, I think, to Patrick to give an update on SAGE's point of view. Thank you.
Overriding consideration, as always, save lives, protect the most vulnerable people from this illness. The vast majority of people have a mild illness, but some get very severe illness. The measures that were announced a couple of days ago, we already know are taking effect in terms of behaviour, so we can see that already, that people have actually taken that very seriously and have made a difference, and that's really important to carry on with that. But the thing we must protect in order to achieve those aims of saving lives and protecting people is to make sure that the NHS intensive care capacity and the ventilator capacity is not breached. That's what we need to keep looking at, making sure we do not get to a position where that's breached. As this moves fast, and I alluded to this on Monday, more measures will be needed to make sure that happens. And right from the beginning, we said schools are one of the things you can do, but they're less important than some of the others that have been taken. But we now think we're at a stage where this extra bit is an important measure to make sure we stay under that critical protecting the NHS, ICU and ventilator capacity. So that's the reason for now saying that this should go ahead at this time. It's important to stress, and this is really critical, it's not because schools are dangerous places for children. They're not. Children have a very mild or asymptomatic version of this disease in many cases. So they are at the least at risk. It's also not a dangerous place for teachers. The reason for this is because of the effect it can have just to knock down further the transmission, put some delay into the system, put some brakes into the system of the transmission of this disease to bring it down, protect those people who might get the much more serious version and end up in intensive care or on a ventilator. So that's the reason. Now is the important time to do it. It's not instead of, and it can't supplement the other measures. The other measures are crucially important, and we all have our part to play to make sure that we make those measures as effective as possible to try to drive this right down, make sure we stay below that critical threshold. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Jenny, from your point of view.
So I think nothing very much further to add to those points. Exactly as Patrick has explained, this is not a change in scientific position which we've always taken forward. It is very much a practical response at a critical time, as both the Prime Minister and Sir Patrick has indicated. But very happy to answer any clinical questions that come through.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Jenny. Let's go straight to you and for your questions on this. Beth, Wrigley Sky News.
Thank you. Prime Minister, just in terms of further measures, a third of the deaths are now in the capital of London. Buses are still full, the tubes are full, bars are full. London is not listening to your advice. You've shut the schools today. When will we see wider enforcement to shut down London properly? And if I may, just on the antibodies test, after quite difficult days and frightening news, something a bit encouraging today, you talked about getting closer to an antibodies test to tell us whether people have had the virus. When will it be ready, and what sort of impact could it be a game changer in helping us manage this disease and keeping our emergency services running? Thank you.
Yeah, well, Beth, thank you very much. And look, we've always said that we're going to do the right measures at the right time. That's what we've done. And actually, I think a lot of people are making a real heroic effort to comply with the advice that we've given. But as I've said tonight and in the past few days, we keep everything under continuous review, and we will not hesitate to bring forward further, faster measures where we think that is necessary. But on the antibodies.
So two tests are important. The test to say, have you got the active virus? And that's being rapidly scaled up by Public Health England. That's crucially important to know who's actively got it at the moment. The second one, as you allude to, is the antibody test, which tells you whether you've had it and whether you've now got antibodies against it. And that's progressing very fast. Public Health England are looking at this today. And they've got a test which they've got in-house that they're going, and we're looking at ways to get a much more widespread version of that out. it is a game changer, and the reason it's a game changer is that it allows you to understand the proportion of the asymptomatic population who's had this disease but hasn't had symptoms that are in any way significant. And we don't have that number accurately for anywhere in the world at the moment. So if we can get that number, it starts to really help. And going forward, it's going to be critically important to be able to monitor this disease, because only by being able to monitor it can we start relaxing measures again, start understanding what the effect of taking things off again at some point is. So this is all part of a critical ability to manage this as an agile way going forward.
Just to say that I think exactly as Sir Patrick has said, it is actually not just our health workforce, our care workforce as well, and the other measures that we've introduced, particularly to protect the vulnerable, when we have a matched workforce, if you like, where we are clearly aware of their antibody status, whether they have had the disease and are therefore safe to work with our vulnerable group, that increases our opportunities around our interventions.
And when we can see the immensity. So the thing about this disease, it's an invisible enemy, and we don't know who's transmitting it. But the great thing about having a test to see whether you've had it or not is suddenly, a green light goes on above your head. You can go back to work in a safe and confident in the knowledge that you're most unlikely to get it again. So from an economic point of view, from a social point of view, as Sir Patrick says, it really could be a game changer. It's important not to get ahead of ourselves. We're not there yet, but you really can see the potential of that advance, which is, as I say, coming down the track. Let's go to Lord Bloomberg from the BBC.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. You were very eager to avoid closing schools if you possibly could, but now you have taken that decision. Families will wonder, maybe more than anything else tonight, how long closures might last. Sure. Can you give us any indication? The Scottish Government has suggested maybe 6 months until the summer holidays. To the medic, if I may, you have touched on this, Sir Patrick, but in the simplest, purest of terms, if schools are to be closed to slow the spread, why are they safe places for any child or any member of staff?
Well, on the duration, Laura, obviously we're going to try to keep it to an absolute minimum, as you can imagine, try and get things going again as fast as we can. But our judgment right now is that this is the moment to provide further downward pressure, as I say, on that upwards trajectory of the virus by taking that step for epidemiological reasons alone, whilst doing what we can, as I said, to protect our ability to keep the NHS going by delivering care and education for workers. We think this is the right moment to do it. I wish I could give you an answer about how long it will be, Laura, but we've got to do it right now.
The two sets of measures. One are about making sure all of us are protected, which is about reducing transmission. Second is about protecting those people most at risk. And this falls into the category of the first. It's about making sure that we stop transmission, reduce transmission, and children are not getting the serious form of this illness. They are very mild, often asymptomatic, and therefore don't have a big risk around each other. They also may not spread it as much. We don't know that yet. We don't know the exact spread of this. It's not like influenza. That seems to be clearer, but we don't know exactly how that works. So this is about a measure to protect all of us. It's not a measure because there's some specific risk to children.
Thanks. Ginny, anything more to add?
Just to say that obviously the whole approach is to reduce the social contact throughout society, and we have taken the measures which maximise the impact to health and our safety, whilst minimising those to the way that we live. This measure moves that on a small amount, as we've said, and as Sir Patrick said, it's not to do with the safety of the children. It's simply about a background level of numbers of social contacts that we have. Thanks.
Shahad Khan, ITV.
Prime Minister, you mentioned that exams will now be cancelled. There will be plenty of students who are preparing to take their GCSEs and A-levels. Their college, sixth form places, their university places and job offers will be contingent on those exams. What measures are you taking on that? Also, if I may, you mentioned you want to increase the number of tests to 25,000 a day. will people still need to go to hospital to take those tests, especially if they're not showing symptoms? What do you advise people to do?
Okay, well, Shad, thanks very much. First of all, on exams and on the ambitions, the hopes of students, pupils in our school, I totally understand people's frustrations, the frustrations of parents who are going to feel now that they have to stay at home. And as I said earlier, we're going to make sure that we look after workers of all kinds. But when it comes to kids and their exam qualifications, we will make sure that they are not impeded, their is not impeded as a result of the decisions we're having to take now about their school. So they will make sure that in time they get the qualifications they need. I don't want to go in detail about when and how those qualifications will be administered, but it will be done fairly and in order to protect their interests. I think there's a very good question about where Shab asked about where the testing would take place, and I mean I think there's a lot of progress we're going to be making on that.
There's a lot. I mean, at the moment, the testing is about people in hospital with respiratory illness, intensive care units. It's about outbreaks in an area, and it's about making sure that we can test those who are most vulnerable or need particular protection. Now, as you get more tests, of course, you can roll out more people under those categories, and it's important that we don't end up with everyone coming to hospital to be tested for all the reasons we talked about before. So as the increase in capacity comes online, there will be ways of testing which don't require people to go to hospital. I don't know if Jenny wants to say anything more about that.
Yes, so obviously that reflects, I think, the position that we're in at the moment. We've stepped up our current testing capacity, moving towards 5,000 a day. And another group in that is very much as we start putting on the question that Beth raised earlier, is about actually acknowledging that we need to retain and to know that we are using safe clinical staff. So that's another group. Excuse me, but as we go forward, we will be very much have an ambition to have some sort of home-based test for the very reason which has been described here, which is we don't want potentially infectious people arriving in hospitals, but we recognise that the public and particularly our key workers want to understand their health status so that they can get back to normal activities. So a lot of work on that ongoing, and I think huge progress made in the last few weeks.
Thanks. I've got Jim Pickard. Jim Pickard. Thank you, Jim.
Prime Minister, you've got the emergency legislation coming out tomorrow, and it's reported that there's a plan to lift the current cap on how much money you can invest in struggling industries, currently at £12 billion. Is that the case, and does that signal that there's going to be another multi-billion-pound investment in such as airlines?
Well, Jim, thanks very much. As the Chancellor said yesterday, he outlined a big package of £330 billion by which one will stand behind companies as they go through this tough time, stand behind their lenders, make sure that we keep their lenders going. And there is already a big package, as you know, about $20 billion to support business directly. In cash terms, 25,000 grants for SMEs, 10,000 for the smallest businesses. But your point is a good one, and we will continue to look at the steps that may be necessary to support good companies that are now facing difficulties through no fault of their own. And we certainly will be doing whatever it takes to help those companies through tough times, because I'm absolutely convinced that the UK economy will come back very strongly, and when it does, we want those companies to be in the best possible position to take advantage. Heather Stewart, The Guardian.
Heather Stewart from The Guardian. There will be thousands of workers who will have been laid off within hours and days of your Monday announcement, who worked in the pubs and the gyms and the theatres that you've told people to stay away from. Many of those will be in rented accommodation, and they will probably have been listening to the package yesterday from Rishi Sunak to hear if there might be some help, and wondering what on earth to say to their landlords about the fact that they might not be able to make this month or next month. Can you do something more for them?
Absolutely. Thanks, Heather. And as I said in the House this morning, we will be bringing forward legislation which will help renters prevent them from suffering no-fault eviction, that kind of thing. We will want to protect people who face difficulties, as I say, through no fault of their own. We cannot penalise people for doing the right thing, nor can we penalise people when you have an economic upset that is the direct result of the government's actions, the government's advice, which are intended to protect the public. Everybody who experiences that kind of dislocation, that kind of disruption, is entitled, as I said yesterday, to protection and support, and that's what we will do. What are your questions here? Okay. Tom.
Tom Newton-Dunn, thank you, Prime Minister. On closing the schools, can you say, is this a mandatory thing you're doing? Will they be required by law to do this? And what about the schools that have already closed? Will they be required to reopen if to teach the key workers you just said? Very quick secondary one. The Brexit transition period. The country clearly wants you to focus on dealing with the credit crisis, what you are doing. Will you rule out extending the transition period here and now, or might that be something you want to consider in the future?
Tom, first of all, on schools, clearly the government will be closing the schools, and we have the power to do that. When it comes to schools, I believe we have the same powers, and obviously we will work to ensure that creches and so forth are properly compensated. And as for the provision for nurseries are probably compensated. As for the provision for the vulnerable and for the key workers in the schools that have already closed, we will work to ensure that they, where necessary, they provide those facilities as well as other schools. I think what you possibly need to imagine is that as we go down the track, since there will only be a minority, a small minority of pupils going forward in the future who are being continued after by schools, there may be an overall reduction in the number of schools who are providing any kind of service at all, if you see what I'm saying. There may be some rationalisation, so that not every school is providing the service for key workers and for the vulnerable. But that's on Monday. What we want, if possible, is for all children in those sectors still to go to their schools. If you're in those groups, to still go to their schools. If you so said. On Monday, just to clarify that, it was important that children of key workers, pupils of key worker parents, and we'll be identifying those groups. We'll be sending out more in very, very shortly. Those pupils should turn up to their school, and vulnerable kids, vulnerable pupils as well. That's clear. You had another question. What was it? Another subject. What was it? Subject has been banished. It's been done. It's a strong subject that's being regularly discussed, I can tell you, in Downing Street at the moment, and we're getting on with, there are there's legislation in place that I have no intention Hugo Guy from iNews.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Following on from Beth's question, is there any intention to bring in legal restrictions on when, where, or how people can travel around, whether that's specifically in London or more broadly?
Well, thanks, Hugo. We live in a land of liberty, as you know, and it's one of the great features of our lives that we don't tend to impose those sorts of restrictions on people in this country. But I have to tell you, we will rule nothing out, and we will certainly wish to consider bringing forward further and faster measures where that is necessary to suppress the peak of the epidemic, to protect our NHS, to minimise casualties and to minimise suffering. That is our objective. Anything on that? Okay, thank you. This last question, I'm afraid, for this round of folks, but there are going to be more of these sessions, as you know. So, last question goes to Charlotte Ivers and Talk Radio.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So it appears people are quite reluctant
reluctant to follow this advice, as Beth mentioned earlier. Could I ask if your modelling of the results takes that into account? And secondly, Prime Minister, how would you describe the people who aren't taking the advice of social distancing? Are they being immoral?
No, well, I'll ask Patrick to answer first.
So the modelling does take into account that not everyone's going to follow it, but a very high proportion need to, and that means we all need to really focus on this, because the moment we say, well, it's not for me, it's for somebody else, and the compliance of this goes down, the less effective it's going to be. And the reason this is important, I can't stress this enough, is to make sure that the NHS ICU capacity is kept in a way that we don't breach it, and the ventilators are available to do this. So when we don't adhere to this, we're actually putting lots of people at risk. We're putting those sickest patients at risk. And so it's crucial that this isn't taken as soft advice, but is taken as a really clear instruction to do this, if we're going to make sure that we protect the lives of others.
Well, look, I want to wrap up by answering your question. It's a very profound and important question, Charlotte. And of course, people must take their own decisions. And I'm a believer, as I say, in freedom. But let's be in absolutely no doubt that these are very, very important choices that we're now making in our daily lives. And the more closely and the more strictly, more ruthlessly we can enforce upon ourselves, our families, the advice that we're getting about avoiding unnecessary gatherings, about staying at home when we have symptoms, all that advice, which is good advice, then the better we will be able to protect our NHS, the fewer deaths we will have, and the less suffering there will be in the UK population. And the faster we will get through this, and the better we will bounce back eventually. So it is a very, very clear choice for people. This is strong, strong advice. And as I say, and we get back to Beth's initial question, absolutely, we do not rule out, because it would be quite wrong to do so, we do not rule out taking further and faster measures in due course. Thank you all very much for coming on this evening. Thank you.
The secondary audio circuit for the Reuters Live.
咁就有乘客就推住一啲嘅篋啦行出嚟啦，咁我哋留意下。佢哋有冇手袋或者攞住一啲公文袋啦？好似都冇見到有公文袋同手帶呢樣嘢啊！ 見到有一個係攞住啡色公文袋，唔係喎，水樽嚟嘅，唔好遮下自己。咁前面呢位就女士咧都看似就冇手帶啦。另外男士係機組人員嚟，咁有 pass 嘅。咁諗下下班機未人啦，等埋呢一班將會出嚟嘅機啦。呢班係咪最後？未必係最後，因為見到個水牌都陸續都有航班係到港。
全部唔想戴口罩。全部唔戴口罩。機長啊嗰啲啊。咩啊？全部都冇戴口罩喎。黐撚線嘅。好乸用喎。或者對住鏡頭笑啊！
好用啊！
癲！
喺邊度返港就呢一班機就係上海啊。係啊，我哋等埋呢一班應該收隊㗎啦。我哋全民記者上下每一個記者，包括我啦、羅拉啦、我明啦、偉哥啦，仲有 part time 記者啦、子健啦，都好勤力嘅。喺鏡頭面前，白色衫褲呢一個嘅立像人呢，就係我哋嘅攞命啦，攞命啊！陸續見到有乘客出緊嚟啊！呢一個就將個口罩戴咗喺下巴度。見到有市民係攞住啡色公民袋嘅呢個，咁佢哋就應該係需要被家居隔離㗎啦。咁頭先呢一名嘅男士啦，車身呢名男士咧冇戴住口罩啦，咁就都對現場嘅記者非常不禮貌。呢班係啦。
嗰條頭先嗰個死龍咧，頭先嗰個男人成個老童咁啦喂，你好撚驚我影鳩佢啊嘛。
我講咗啦。
係啊。
係啦，每人都有啡色文件啊。咁都喺得上一期都應該係藍色嘅人嚟㗎啦。咁只有藍色嘅人係覺得對記者反感嘅啫。 都係見有部分人士係攞住啡色嘅公文袋。叫牧師慢慢食，慢慢食。下次我哋請牧師食宵夜啊！我哋。就見到好多工作人員啦，就帶住身後帶住 pass 嘅，咁就無需進行家居隔離嘅。Hello， 陳樂希。咁啊，感謝大家夜媽媽都喺度睇住我哋呢個咁無聊影住得出口嘅直播啊！喺度香港講廣東話 ，No Mandarin。唔識聽，翻去問你嘅同胞啦。嗱，以上對話、以上説話係香港警方所講噶。
講國語啊嘛，抄你媽語。
冇錯啊！咁外國者嚟到香港啦，咁香港警方都係鬧佢哋要講廣東話嘅，咁就叫佢哋唔識聽，就問翻啲行家。咁所以呢度香港就要講廣東話啦 ，No Mandarin 啊！講國語唔識聽，翻去問啲同胞啦。 見到疑似都係一個嘅公文袋啊！左右泳啊，呢有得 zoom 噶嘛，保持距離啊！係啦，見到呢位成日都係揸住個啡色嘅公文袋啊！就代表有少量嘅乘客就係喺嗰班機度落咗機㗎啦。咁你暫時見唔到嗰啲手鐲啦，見唔到究竟係好似醫院嗰啲就咁一條膠紙咁嘅手帶啊，定或者係電子手帶啊？去高街我哋冇去過高街啊！嗰度叫高山劇場。係台灣人嗰個語言係叫蔬果魚啊。
高出劇場咩？高出劇場？
高出劇場，好鬼衰格諗到啲嘢。咁有高中低啊嘛。咁有高出劇場，有低出劇，同埋中間嗰個叫咩？呢個謎語啊，高出劇場。
呢班人都唔係香港人㗎，一係嚟學語，一係大陸人。
高出劇場咧，低出劇場，咁中間嗰個叫咩啊？大家可以答呢個謎語啊！等埋呢一班喺上海返嚟嘅客機啦，就應該收隊啦。咁都零星見到有數名嘅乘客啦，就攞住啡色公文袋啊，就步出㗎啦。咁就有啲係應該係強制隔離嘅資訊啦，同埋文件。我哋等多半個鐘收隊會。我都見到係有攞住啡色公文袋嘅人士落機啦，嗰啲就應該確定咗係要接受一強制家居隔離。拜拜，以後。
而家仲精彩過探靈啦！
再見到一個係攞住啡色公文袋啦。 喺度代表嗰架機嘅乘客都係落緊機㗎啦。咁就又係上晝3，我哋又影唔到佢隻手帶啦。後邊仍都係有陸續吹緊嚟。
我感覺到你屋企好多，就去你屋企搞。
見有手帶喎，冇手帶喎，係咯，呢個睇到隻手。呢度先最恐怖啊！你我平時探靈嗰啲都話影到啊，呢度啲細菌影唔到啊，驚唔驚？警察走到益豐，有20個警察去益豐大廈問查唔查到有嘢，唔知啊，1點35分，唔知查咩喎？
查唔到個鬼啊！我哋現場飛得到。呢度係娛樂係咪？新聞台唔係娛樂台。
外國機師係咪要去酒店隔離？唔清楚呢個。咁就如果依照即係依照佢哋政府所公佈係所有入境人士都要嘅咧，咁就理論上係應該需要隔離嘅。再一名揸住，係咪揸住個文袋咧？唔係喎，唔見喎，冇個文袋喎。 晒嚟㗎？
睇緊。
冇 touch screen 嘅低能。
確實就係咁咯。
我嚟啊 ！display 啊，係啊。
好似係，而家係咪？
應該唔係啦，個個都冇戴。
好似 feel 嚟㗎。
首飾嚟嘅，手帶邊有咁精細嗰啲？
好似醫院嗰啲咁啊嘛。
嗰啲字呢啲花紋嚟咯，好明顯。咁我哋手多陣都應該收隊啊。
搭半遲走啦，係零探咩？我哋係。
係啊，機組人員係獲豁免嘅，係。所以頭先話機師都係豁免，因為全部機師啦，佢哋有啲冇戴口罩添啊，都冇呢個嘅啡色公文袋啦，都冇手帶啦。哇！冇戴口罩喺度飲可樂。哇！冇咁耐啊嘛，12點前抵港，應該出咗一部分㗎啦，因為見有都大概有10個度啦，都係揸住袋嘅，咁嗰啲就應該係需要被隔離咯。
呢個好似住我條村喎。
咁你會認得？
收工都出，頭一出食埋嘢出去影報啫，
凌晨係咁少人嘅。 再加上呢排疫情關係。
坐咗10分鐘走，我屌你老母鬼影都冇隻嘅喎而家，已經周圍走嘛，屌你老母鬼影都冇隻。
你睇依家機場。
又喺度瞓覺，有人喺度。
鬼影都冇隻啊！真係睇依家機場，幾壯觀啊！
鬼影都冇隻，就有人喺度瞓覺緊。
有部分人頭先我哋都見到啦，有部分人喺梳化位度係瞓咗啦，瞓喺度啊。
嘥心機。
咁我哋現場情況跟進到呢度先啦。咁我哋又再進一步係啊，再進一步嘅疫情啦，或者係機場嘅消息啦，我哋會繼續為大家跟進。咁就辛苦晒大家，咁夜媽媽都喺度睇住一個咁無聊嘅畫面啦，咁就希望都會繼續跟蹤我哋 follow 我哋嘅全民記者啦，like 我哋啦，同埋隨嘅直播。咁我哋暫時現場情況報道到呢度先，咁多謝大家收睇啦。
Elliott mentioned about the auto part manufacturers. Got off the phone with the president of the association. One of the companies have a line that they'll take down and start producing whatever we want, be it ventilators or respirators, and they have 400 people ready to go. This is what I'm talking about, the spirit of Ontario, the spirit of the people, the spirit of the businesses. This is how we're going to get through this.
And just a quick follow-up. We're already seeing reports of major declines in transit ridership. This is going to affect the finances, both Metrolinx and GO and the TTC. Is the government prepared to bail out transit operators in the province?
Well, we're prepared to support Metrolinx and the TTC. I'm in constant conversations with Mayor Tory, again, twice, 3 times a day. We're all being collaborative, all 3 levels of government. We've said right from day one, we will do what it takes to make sure we take care of the people.
National government
and Ontario businesses, and we're working hand in hand with the federal government to make sure we don't duplicate the resources. They understand the lane they're going down, and we're going to complement that with another area that we're going to focus on. But we're going to work together, and I'm very grateful for the leadership of Deputy Prime Minister Freeland and Prime Minister Trudeau, along with regional mayors of large cities across this province, and the small mayor communities as well. We're all working together, and I'm very, very grateful for their collaboration with the province here.
Okay, this will be the last question from the phone line.
The next question comes from Sabrina Lee from Queen's Park Today. Please go ahead.
Oh, hi, Premier and Ministers. My question is for Minister Phil. I know you can't give away too many details for next week's fiscal outlook, but I'm wondering if and why it will be tabled in the legislature. Like, for instance, will it come with a corresponding bill with tax changes?
The House Leader is in discussions with the opposition at this moment about how we'll proceed, but we would like to and think it's important, because this is addressing a public health emergency, that where we need access to legislation, as we do tomorrow with the work being done in the Labour Bill, for example, that can be a part of it. So, of course, that's part of the conversations that he's having right now, but that is why the legislature is where it'll be introduced.
Okay, and just to follow up, can you clear earlier comments? Will Ontario be following the Fed and putting a moratorium on OSAP and student loan repayments?
Yeah, we are going to be coordinating in a number of areas. That's one of the areas where we've been in discussion with them and where we will be aligning. So they put a 6-month moratorium. We'll be doing that as well. And as the Premier mentioned, the objective here is to make it as easy. This is a difficult time for people, so we want to make it as easy as possible for the people that the assistance is aimed at. And that is one of the areas where we can quite easily collaborate.
Okay, we just have one last question here from Cynthia.
Hi, Minister Elliott. This is just a clarification. When you were asked about testing, you said that you're seeing that young people are just as susceptible as older people. But can we clarify, are they getting as sick as older people? Because we've, up to now, we thought that they weren't.
They don't appear to have been. They seem to be more carriers and transmitting it to other people, although we are now seeing scenarios where young people who are in their 30s are now becoming very ill and are having to be placed on ventilators. So this is a very, very serious health situation for all Ontarians right now.
Seeing that in Ontario or across the country or around the world?
We're seeing that certainly across Ontario. We're also seeing it in places like the United States, in New York, for example. A very significant increase in cases. They are finding their health system is being severely overburdened right now. We don't want to get to that situation in Ontario. That's why we're asking people to take this seriously. Please demonstrate the social distancing as much as possible, and don't gather in crowds. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
just reaching out and being kind will go a long way to helping reduce the anxiety that all of us are feeling.
Before you go away, just on the question, so people aren't going in on the weekends anymore?
Any ones that we can prevent from going in on the weekends for remand is not.
To be tested yet. This is for people who are symptomatic. We do that for you because there is a lag time, and even the private testers are testing the areas that are most under pressure right now, Washington, the New Yorks, the Californias. The people with the most cases are going first, but we have the capability in Ohio at our lab to test those high-risk groups. So get us those tests immediately. Send them to the Ohio Department of Health, or if you're nearby and collaborating with a hospital like OSU or the Cleveland Clinic or the hospitals who can run the tests, you can have them work with you. Yes, as you've heard, children can get sick, and we now have the studies that are showing that our children can catch this. Again, most healthy children will do well, and you can keep them at home, but talk to your pediatrician. We do, again, have a 2-year-old, and so, you know, it is infectious. We're all carrying it, so do talk to your doctor if you have concerns. I know that many of you are hearing all of this, and you're hearing all this news about testing. Our governor is asking you, this is a state of emergency. We are at war with an unseen enemy that is a virus. 80% of us will be fine, and the 20% of us, everything the rest of us do is to protect the most vulnerable and help our healthcare system prioritize our resources well. We will get to the other side of this, and we will stick with you every step of the way and give you guidance. Do not be afraid if you cannot get a test. I want you to treat this like a very bad flu and use your common sense, and I want you to listen to our governor, and we will come to you every day and talk you through what is ahead, and we will do this together. Thank you.
Well, after that, I felt like I got some great advice from my doctor and my mom and dad, and we better listen, right? Don't be like that teenager that thinks that they know it all and then lives to regret it. So one of the things that the governor has promised that we would do is be open about the process on how we come to the decisions we make. And I know that there have been a lot of actions taken that, for health reasons, created some economic disruptions. And I want you to know that we don't do this isolated from talking to the people who are in these industries and in these businesses across the state. For example, the governor announced the closing of salons and spas and the like today. We talk to these folks. They ask us in many cases to make these decisions out of safety and health reasons for their own employees. And every day, every morning, we have a round of calls with business and industry leaders in different sectors, from manufacturers to the construction industry, restaurant and hospitality. This morning, we talked with apartment owners about making sure that we have a strategy so that we can take care of people who are affected by the economy as it is, and making sure that they have housing and shelter. We talk to realtors, we'll be to recorders, mayors, people like that. I do want to say that I was on a particular call today with the banks and then later the credit unions, And they wanted me to provide some reassurance. Don't panic. Your finances are safe. These institutions are not going to be closed. You don't need to go to your bank or your credit union to make a large cash withdrawal. Either their facilities physically will be open, their drive-throughs, their ATMs, their online services, they're all making sure that the financial services that you rely on are going to be there. And they emphasized the need to do that, to not panic. We have talked with mortgage lenders and banks, as I mentioned. It was great to see that the Federal Housing Finance Authority came out with guidance today to suspend foreclosures and provide forbearances, and we're working on all of those kinds of issues to accommodate people who are going to be challenged by the economy. But call or contact these businesses or lending officials to get the information that you need that's specific to you and your case. Let me add that Governor and I were on a call today. It was a fascinating call with CEOs who have global operations, many of whom went through this in China already, went through this or are going through this in Italy. And one of the things, the governor touched on this, but I feel the need to emphasize it. You have to help us help you with this. You have to take the precautions in the workplace to make sure that there is not community spread in the workplace. There are many businesses. You can't possibly imagine the number of businesses that are involved in the supply chain for food, transportation, health care services and products, and we want to keep those businesses healthy and thriving, literally and metaphorically. And so we want you to make sure that you're taking those precautions that the governor outlined a little earlier. In addition to the things that the First Lady gave that you can do while you're at home, let me add the census. We're taking a census this year. It is available at my2020census.com. Help Ohio, make sure that you're being counted, and that's one thing that you can also do. I want to give an update on unemployment compensation. Right now, this week alone, we've had 78,000 requests for unemployment. Put that in perspective, 2 weeks ago, we had about 6,500. That's the 78,000 numbers is basically just days into the week. That online service, unemployment.ohio.gov, is available for you. But also know this, there are many businesses who are laying off, but there are some businesses that are a critical part of the supply chain who need you, that are in transportation, the food industry, others who are medical devices, services that are overtaxed with the demand for what they're doing. Please make sure that you know that those options are out there and available too. I want to conclude with one final item. The small business assistance or the Small Business Administration designation for Ohio as a disaster state has been filed. We believe that soon that will open up opportunities for businesses in Ohio to get that relief, and you can find those services at sba.gov/disaster. And we want to make sure that those businesses who are in need are getting the services from the Small Business Administration so that you can get the finances to help you get through this difficult time. As has been said many times from this podium, we're going to get through this. This will be tough. We all have to pull together. The most patriotic thing that you can do is to keep your distance from someone you care about or even someone you don't even know, because the idea of the community spread not only creates health issues, but it will extend the economic consequences of this pandemic. It is an incredibly important civic duty to make sure you're doing your part. So thank you.
Mr. Oddie. Mahdi from WHIO TV. Today we learned that there is a confirmed case at the Dayton VA Medical Center, that person from Miami County. I'm trying to understand, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Acton, the accounting of how many cases come from which county. This person is in Montgomery, but they're from Miami County. Yet on your list today, on the website, it doesn't list any cases in either Miami County or Montgomery County. What gives?
So this situation is evolving so rapidly, Jim, that I heard of that case. I think the investigation is still underway, so I think it was going over our TPM. We've typically done our numbers at TPM, and as I said in days past, there has been some confusion in the people filling out the paperwork of, is this county where the hospital was, or is this a county where the person lives? And so the movement of these tests coming in is so rapid now. We do suspect, and if they haven't gone, the local health department and the folks there locally will be probably coming to you, telling more stories about that case shortly.
Just as a follow-up, are you aware of any other cases in Miami County where this one originated, specifically to nursing homes, is what we're hearing?
I'm hearing that as well. So I do believe what we are looking at involves a hospital and somebody's in a long-term situation, but that is all still being investigated. So stay tuned, probably within the next hour, hearing more about that. And again, we have sort of a whole process and procedure that is going on with that epidemiologic investigation. The folks and the contacts are all aware, and they're all taking the appropriate measures. Thank you.
Governor Andy Chow with Ohio Public Radio and Television's State House News Bureau. You talked about companies and what companies should be doing. What message do you have for workers and employees who might have a growing fear about the pandemic and their own health, but are still being told that they need to go to work and they're afraid of losing their job, but they want to stay home to stay healthy?
Well, they need to stay home, and their employer needs to have a liberal policy concerning that. We can't have somebody going to work. Look, we're, as you can tell, we're moving forward. We may have further steps, but without today closing the non-essential businesses down in the state, you know, we want them to be very, very aggressive. And that employer should not want someone who is sick to be at work. And I think most employers do not want someone who is sick to be at work. So we're just asking them to be very, very aggressive. We're asking the employees to protect yourself and protect others. If you're sick, do not go into work.
So when this evolves, and as you're seeing it evolve around the world and country, there are some essential industries like our healthcare workers. My daughter works at Riverside Hospital here as a tech, like a nurse assistant, and we need those folks to keep coming. It's why it's so absolutely important the rest of us are not spreading this, because we need them. And each employer in these essential industries will be working with the workforce, even within those workforces that are essential. If you're sick, you need to stay home and you need to let your employer know. They do not want you coming if you are sick. But for the rest of us, those employers will be taking extraordinary precautions to keep you well while you're at work. So I think each situation is different for an essential. But if you're healthy, like I'm coming to work now, I'm an essential employee, but I'm employing all those measures we've been talking about. And my workplace is employing all of that to make sure to keep me safe. So stay tuned, talk to who you work for if you're in that essential thing. Remember out there, you know, this is not unlike a war. And you're gonna see heroic acts. There was a t-shirt made by the t-shirt company Homage, and they had a conversation with me, and I said something to them. You know, I'm the person you know now because I've been the first person you talked to. Before this is over, there are gonna be so many stories, so many heroes. And these people, and if you're a person driving that truck of essential food for the rest of us, you are a hero. And if you're healthy, you will keep working. I know you will. But if you're not, tell your employer you're sick, because it'll be important that you don't spread it to other people who have to keep doing that. And so we're gonna have to tell truth to each other. We're gonna have to keep talking this through.
Let me add one thing to that, Andy. Remember, if somebody is showing signs of being ill and an employer doesn't have a sick leave policy for you, you can self-quarantine, have your employer send you home, you can self-quarantine, and then you would be immediately eligible for unemployment benefits. So we've tried to build that support structure around that individual. So if they're not feeling well, they shouldn't work, and if an employer shouldn't want them there because they don't want them to spread the virus to other employees.
Is that for part-time workers too, or is that what's the eligibility for that?
I can't do it off the top of my head. It's available at the unemployment.ohio.gov.
Thank you.
Mark Taylor with NBC4 Columbus. My question is for Dr. Acton. First and foremost, love your new T-shirt. Super cute. My question, I want to talk a little bit more about testing. There's been sort of a local call and maybe even a demand, locally and nationally, for more testing kits. But for what we're getting today is that necessarily relevant? But can you expand on that? Because we're kind of saying just act as if you have it if you have symptoms.
Absolutely. You know, while there is a heroic effort underway to get testing out and ramp up our capability, and that will ramp up, it will continue to grow. Unfortunately, as you've heard in the news, there's some supply chain issues on the swabs. So the actual nasal swab that is used, the medium, the solution that swab is put into as the little kit that is then sent to the lab. We're seeing shortages of the actual testing supplies.
You're sitting in Mike's chair.
So this is not just our state. This is around the country. You might have heard stories about one of the major producers of this is in Italy.
So good afternoon, everybody. I want to start off today
with
a few announcements about steps we're taking to enhance our healthcare systems.
Over the last 12 to 24 hours, and they were running out of the actual kits to do the swab. So they ramped up the ability to test, and they have the ability to run the lab, but they don't have the equipment to take the sample. And so, you know, we have some amazing businesses here in Ohio. There are some workaround solutions. I know some of our researchers
can now work on other healthcare demands, including COVID-19. The second order, due to the expected demands on nursing staff, allows pharmacists to administer certain medication for the treatment of opioid use disorder instead of requiring a nurse to do so. Today, we're also announcing measures for administrative tax relief for local small businesses impacted by COVID-19, especially in the restaurant and hospitality sectors. This process was designed in consultation with our partners in the legislature, and we want to thank them for that. For small businesses defined as those who paid less than $150,000 in 2019 sales and meals or room occupancy taxes, we will be postponing the payment of their respective sales, meals, or room occupancy taxes. Taxes due for March, April, and May will instead be due on June 20th. We will also waive all penalties and interest that would otherwise apply. The Department of Revenue is currently drafting emergency regulations to put this relief in place, and we expect them to be finalized before Friday, when the first payment would be due. Regarding unemployment insurance, I just signed emergency legislation to allow new claims to be paid more quickly by waiving the 1-week waiting period for unemployment benefits. The Lieutenant Governor and I would like to express our thanks to the legislature turning this legislation around quickly. This important change will ensure that we can get much-needed unemployment assistance to workers who are impacted by COVID-19. Our administration is now ramping up operations to make sure that we can respond to the significant spike in unemployment claims. Our Labor Department's deploying additional employees to work on processing that large volume of claims. Although, as we have said before, people can apply online, that is preferred. We've also created a new COVID-19 workforce webpage that includes the latest guidance for employee qualifications and additional information. That can be viewed at mass.gov/unemployment/COVID-19. With respect to child care, effective March 23rd, all early education centers and family child care providers will be closed. As a result, we have issued emergency procedures to set forth a process for opening exempt emergency child care programs. This will provide priority access for families of emergency personnel, medical staff, and others critical to fighting the COVID-19 outbreak. Volunteers, teachers, and staff from some child care programs have already reached out to the department to say that they are ready and willing to continue providing care, which will be a relief to many of the parents who are working day and night to combat COVID-19. Family work to maintain the health, safety, and welfare of all Commonwealth citizens will receive priority access to the emergency child care programs. Vulnerable children will also receive priority access. We'll work hard to make space for people who must go to work but aren't necessarily emergency personnel available as well. These emergency child care programs will be the only ones allowed to operate during this state of emergency, and EEC is working to ensure there is sufficient access to emergency programs in every region of the Commonwealth. Providers impacted by these closures will continue to receive child care subsidy payments from the state in order to ensure that the programs will be able to reopen once the crisis is over. Now, earlier today, I sent an email to all executive branch employees to check in and to remind them that we are committed to getting the Commonwealth through this very difficult time. I want to share a little bit of what I wrote because I think much of it will resonate with people across our great state. The spread and effects of coronavirus has been sudden and stressful, but I believe the preparations, planning, and steps we're taking to mitigate the spread are the right things to do to deal with this public health crisis. I also recognize and appreciate that many of our decisions come with disruption, dismay, and disagreement. Change of this magnitude in such a short period of time is jarring under any scenario, and these changes come with financial and health risks on top of them. When people ask me why I've spent almost 20 years of my professional career either working or serving in a volunteer capacity in government, I always give them the same answer. Where else can you make something good happen for people or stop something bad from happening to people? That maxim has never been truer or more complicated to explain or understand. For the short term, our goal is to keep COVID-19 from spreading. That message gets interpreted in a variety of ways. Let's try this. 80% of the people who catch COVID-19 are going to like they have the flu. But it is very contagious. It is spread through droplets. It is airborne. That's why we keep telling people to wash their hands regularly, use hand sanitizer, cough into their elbow, and maintain their distance. Now, for the other 20% of the people who catch COVID-19, it will be very serious. So the goal here is to limit the spread and the size of the spread so the disease itself doesn't overwhelm our healthcare system and hopefully reduce the number of people who are particularly at risk from getting it in the first place. We're going to do all we can to maintain social distance, wash our hands, do phone calls instead of meetings, and try to stay healthy. For me, that includes no longer visiting my 91-year-old dad in person, which I usually do almost every week. Stopping the spread, really separating the healthy among us from those who caught COVID-19 is the single most important thing we can do. Today, thousands of public servants settled into a new routine, many of whom are working from home. Many more, however, are stepping up to this plate to ensure that state government in all its forms will continue to operate. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe while they carry out essential functions for the Commonwealth. I want to thank them for stepping up. Unemployment claims are being processed. Trains, buses, and commuter rail are running. Utilities are operating, and rules that protect individuals and families from dislocation have been issued. Small business assistance being put into place. Our emergency operations centers are up and running. Phones are being answered. Driver's licenses are being issued and renewed. Public safety officials are on the job, on our streets and in our neighborhoods. Service providers are being paid to care for those who need it most, and programs that feed and house the fortunate among us are operating. Thousands of public servants are stepping up, and I know I speak for many of them when I say thank you for all that you do in the good times and the bad ones. There's much to do, but we're grateful for everybody's commitment to their fellow citizens. And we give everyone our word that we will devote everything we've got to defeating this. With that, I want to say thank you and turn it over to Secretary Sutters.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as you know, today is the first day in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts where non-elective surgeries are canceled. Just want to give you a couple of updates from recent communications. As you remember, yesterday I indicated that all cities and towns in the Commonwealth have received communication regarding funding for our local boards of health. We intend to release up to $5 million by the end of this week. As soon as contracts come back, we are releasing funds. We have been aligning on all 351 cities and towns into regional entities to efficiently release funding to address costs already incurred and immediate needs going forward. These initial funding levels will be increased over time as needs continue to emerge and evolve at the local level. Some specifics. All cities and existing health districts, which represent 49% of the Commonwealth's population, received contracts yesterday. Worcester, Lowell, and Berkshire County have returned their signed contracts and funds have been released. As I reminded everybody, e-signatures is fine in a state of emergency. But we had only addressed 49% of the population. The towns that are not a city or a health district are now joined into a COVID-19 crisis affiliation as of today. The affiliations are leveraging geographically strategic public health organizations to coordinate the needs and serve as the fiscal and communication conduit for these towns. As we speak, the affiliations are reaching out to the towns to determine their costs that they've already incurred and what resources they will need for the next 7 to 8 weeks. The affiliations are, some of them I mentioned yesterday, but they came together last night and this morning. The affiliations are the Massachusetts Health Officers Association, the Massachusetts Association of Health Boards, the Metropolitan Planning Council, and the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission, the Franklin Regional Council of Governments, the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, and the Berkshire Regional Planning Commission. So they will provide the infrastructure for those cities, for those municipalities that do not have the infrastructure to provide local Board of Health support. 211. 211 is adding additional resources from both the state and United Way. We have received more than 6,100 calls about coronavirus since last Thursday, which seems like a long time ago when I say that was only March 12th. Folks are encouraged to use the callback feature. Call will be prioritized in queue. You will not lose your spot in line. The 211 website also has resources available for general questions and have had over 11,000 visits since COVID-19, since last week. I want to talk a little bit about mental health. As a former commissioner of mental health and as someone where mental illness has affected my own family, we know that the outbreak of COVID-19 is creating anxiety and stress. Fear and anxiety about a disease can be overwhelming and cause strong emotions in both adults and children and our elders. Everyone reacts differently to stressful situations. If you or someone you care about is feeling overwhelmed with emotions like sadness, anxiety, stress, or feel like you want to harm yourself or others, call to talk. That's CALL 2 talk is a resource available through 211. When you dial 211, hit 4 for English and then 25. It's important during this time to take care of yourself. Your friends, family can help you cope with stress. Please support yourself and one another, and particularly the people you care about. Take breaks from watching, reading, or listening to news stories, including social media. Hearing about the pandemic repeatedly can be upsetting. It's important to take care of your body. Take deep breaths, stretch, meditate, or just do that. Try to eat healthy, well-balanced meals, exercise, or take a walk outside. Yes, you can take a walk outside. Get sleep and avoid alcohol and drugs. It's important to find time to unwind during stressful times. Try to do some other activities that you enjoy. Connect with others. Yes, we can connect with others. Talk with people you trust about your concerns and how you are feeling. It's very important to reduce stress in yourself and others. Share the facts about COVID-19. and understand the actual risk to yourself and people you care about can make an outbreak less stressful. When we share accurate information, you can help people feel less stressed, and it helps us connect with one another. As we all know, children and teens react in part in what they see from the adults around them. When parents and caregivers deal with COVID-19 as calmly and confidently as possible, they can provide support for their children. Parents can be more reassuring to others around them, especially children, if they feel better prepared. And with that, let me turn it over to our Public Health Officer, Commissioner Monica Burrell.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you all know by now, in Massachusetts, we have put in place important measures to slow the spread of COVID-19. Because this is a new and evolving disease, there are still many unknowns. We are here to help you understand what we know now, what's still unknown, and update you as the data and evidence evolves. I understand that this uncertainty can be stressful and confusing, but want you to know that we are working to inform you with the best and most updated information as we receive it. As we keep learning more, we will keep sharing information with you. Today, I want to take a minute to emphasize what social distancing is and to remind us why it's important to do this. COVID-19 is a contagious disease. That means the closer we are to each other physically, the more likely we are to infect somebody else. And this is what we're asking you to do for social distance. Stay 6 feet away from other people. Avoid shaking hands and hugging. Use technology tools such as online tools and social media to engage with friends and loved ones instead. Avoid non-essential travel and work from home whenever possible. You'll see that we have a graphic here today that displays some of these concepts and has reminders about what social distancing is. And we will be sharing this graphic widely, including on social media, with our partners at the boards of health, and we'll be making it available through our website. We understand that keeping distance from people is difficult, especially for young people who feel they are healthy and strong and don't feel this advice matters to them. But it does matter. People with mild symptoms can pass the virus on to others. So stay home as much as possible. As the Secretary emphasized, it's okay to go outside, important to go outside, for exercise, for some fresh air, to take your dog for a walk, to go for a hike, or to ride your bike, for example. You may also need to leave the house, of course, for medications or other essential resources. But when you return home, please remember to wash your hands, especially whenever you come in from the outside. If we ignore the guidelines on social distancing, we will be putting ourselves and everyone else at a much higher risk. Social distancing allows us time to maintain our healthcare system and preserve it for those. This is one of the most important times we are all called upon to help ourselves by helping others. We all have the power to take action. You have the ability to make a difference. You can truly impact how fast and how far this disease spreads in our community. Please do your part, practice social distancing, and we will get through this together. Thank you.
Questions? First of all, one of the main reasons we put the command center together in the first place was to have a single point of contact for dealing with many of the issues related to the healthcare response. And I can tell you, having now talked to or been on calls with probably more than 40 governors over the course of the past 10 days, the PPE issue, the personal protective equipment issue, is the number one issue nationally among all governors, all state, all provider communities, followed very closely behind by the issue associated with the availability of swabs. These are two issues, along with some of the other issues associated with heavier technology like ventilators and that sort of thing, that are absolutely tile with respect to every state, every provider right now. And I think it's critical that the feds move a lot faster on this stuff. Well, I think it's particularly important to remember that one of the things that happened, well, was it a week ago now? It wasn't even a week, maybe 5 or 6 days. We changed our guidelines, as did many other states, with respect to the change in the CDC guidelines with regard to who could get the test. We did that.
Last week.
That was last week. We did that so that we would be able to make the test available more broadly, and people have responded to that, which is why the testing numbers are going up. But it's also an issue with respect to making sure we have the supply that's necessary to actually do the tests. And that's an issue here. It's an issue everywhere. And believe me, on every call with the feds and every call with the governors, this is what we talk about.
Governor, did someone here at the State House test positive for coronavirus? And did you or anybody on your staff have contact with that person?
I can't answer the second question because I don't know who the person was. But I can tell you that the Speaker's office put out a statement about 2 weeks ago that said that somebody who worked on staff in the House was, in fact, tested positive. But he also said in his statement that they've notified anybody who had personal contact with them. I didn't. I know the Lieutenant Governor didn't.
Governor, what's the process for, I guess, if there is ways to rally those who contacted the department saying they want to help with daycare and child care for frontline healthcare workers or emergency personnel?
Yeah. That's being worked through the EEC, and they've been spending literally the last 3 or 4 days in a pretty intense conversation with the child care provider community generally to both scope out which sites were most important with respect to the ability to continue to meet and support essential workers, and secondly, which provider organizations were willing to step up and do it, which employees of those organizations were willing to step up, and then finally, to make sure that they implemented the advanced guidance that we put out almost 2 weeks ago now with respect to providing that service. But we spent a lot of time yesterday on the phone with the commissioner, and I think she's pretty plugged into the community at this point and knows generally where the sites are going to end up, which organizations are going to be involved, and those organizations, for the most part, have a pretty good sense about who's going to be staffing and supporting them. I can tell you that the DOC has been taking a lot of guidance from the folks at Public Health with respect to almost all of their policies and procedures around managing inmates and managing their facilities. On that one in particular, we'll have to get back to you.
Governor, as you mentioned, the R&D is still open. A lot of people are going there, but there are some incredibly long lines in Brockton, for example. Are you concerned about how people are showing up?
Well, first of all, one of the decisions we had a long talk about was whether we should continue to retain operating offices with respect to the registry, and basically concluded, based on the conversation we had with a lot of the folks who rely and depend on that service, that we needed to do it. We only opened a small number because we picked the ones that were very big, very spacious, and had the capacity to create space with respect to the issue that the Secretary mentioned with respect to how far you want people for social distancing purposes. That creation of space all by itself creates, because you put 5 people in a line where each of them is 6 feet apart, you got a 30-foot line. I think we are expecting and anticipating that people would use the sites. It's why they're open, but that we needed to make sure we created a lot of distance between and among customers and the folks working on the other side of the counter.
Is there any advice you can give to people that feel like they need to rush out there, at the same time?
Well, they're going to be open, but there may in fact be a line, and if there is, you're going to be asked to stand pretty far away from the person who's in front of you, and the person behind you is going to stand pretty far behind you.
Governor, the state is going to take an economic hit because there's a lot more businesses.
Sure.
Do you anticipate that the state's going to have to dip into the rest of the state?
you know, we're running all kinds of models at this point, and we're doing that in conjunction with our colleagues in the House and the Senate. The House obviously is the next step with respect to the state budget generally. But I think you've heard the Senate President, the Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor, and me all at one point or another over the course of the past week or so say that we take a lot of comfort in the fact that we managed to sock away $3.5 billion in our rainy day fund. I don't think anybody's made a decision at this point with respect to how it might get deployed or how much of it might get deployed or when it might get used. But I certainly think all of us are well aware of the fact that the economy is going to take a big hit, tax revenue is going to take a big hit, and we have a whole bunch of services we need to continue to provide to people. I guess what I would say on that one is we need to continue to do the analytics on this with our colleagues in the legislature. We're, you know, one of the things that's very complicated about this, especially when we deal with the public and we deal with the media, is no one's ever been here before. The question you asked me yesterday about, well, what about this line or that line or this line or this one? It's a tough question to answer because for the most part, people are working their way through this for the first time. That's why we're having literally daily discussions with the Ways and Means Committees and ANF about what's happening, what can we learn from that, what do we think it means for tomorrow. And I think at the end of the day, what we'll do is everything we can to make sure that we provide the support that we need to provide around services, that the Command Center and the Department of Public Health do what they need to do to work with the healthcare community to anticipate the surge that I think we all believe is coming, and that we have the resources available, in part because we have a very significant rainy day fund to be able to meet the requirements that are expected of us. No, it's going to be more than just those folks. There's going to be other essential folks who provide essential services who are going to be part of that as well.
What about governments and calls to utilize university infrastructure, dormitories, things like that to help relieve some of the housing stress on the medical side of the infrastructure?
USB, I know you guys have been talking to them.
So the emptying out of them creates opportunity as potential overflow space and space for healthcare workers and the like, and it is actually very much on our list of opportunities. I mean, out of every challenge, sometimes it's an opportunity, and obviously the empty dorms has created opportunity for us for not just healthcare, but other essential staff, as well as potential overflow space if we need it.
And the universities are cooperating?
The universities are part of our planning process. I'm not going to do it all by myself.
What's the turnaround time for testing and results right now? It seems to be more than the 24 to 48 hours.
I think it depends on who is doing the test.
Right. So our state lab turns the test around between 24 and 48 hours. Some of the commercial labs are 3 to 7 days, and also depends on the priority of who the test is coming in for, whether it's a first responder and the like.
Governor, some people are advocating right now. Have you thought about that, or is it urged to do that?
I think you're the first to bring this up. I think one of the things I would say
tied
is
into
our
the
goal,
system. They're asking, well, then what am I supposed to recommend, as you've alluded to? We're trying to work with the OMA on that one there. So the flow of requests, like we said, the self-assessment tool went out Sunday evening. By midnight, they had 94,000 hits. So the demand and request for information is extensive, overwhelming, so we have to keep trying to meet that. And if they're not informed, then they won't be making the right decisions. So we're trying to look at all the system improvements throughout to make it more efficient, effective, and I would say timely for people to contact. So the time delays right now, in our minds and in minds of telehealth and others, is not acceptable. So we have to rapidly look at trying to improve that.
I don't mind things for colleagues if other people. I just want to follow up one thing here. Is if I feel like I have the symptoms, not me, but if somebody out there listening, watching, feels they have the symptoms, what do they do in terms of getting to an assessment center? Do they just show up? Do they have to see their family doctor? Do they need some sort of referral?
Well, first they should try, if they can, try to implement the self-assessment tool, which is on our website.
which will help them direct what to do. And if it says call telehealth, they should call telehealth. They really shouldn't call their own doctor. And they can call the assessment center and say, I'm coming. I think the assessment center strongly prefers makes an appointment because they don't want people lining up. That's not a good situation.
All right. I had kind of a double-barreled question relates to a lot of emails I'm getting from readers. What do you do if you've got someone in your house who's come back from foreign travel and is asymptomatic and is self-isolating? Do you have to self-isolate too? And then a quick follow.
Okay, there are different scenarios. So a person's traveled and they're asymptomatic. They've known they have to limit their social activities, isolate, not go out, except, if they had to go out and grab something, they could, but they're supposed to stay in the house. Or out and around, they go for a walk. If you're living with them,
do you have to self-isolate too?
No, you don't, because you're not connected. Now you need to monitor. Now, if your partner, whoever in the house you're with, develops symptoms, then they do the self-assessment tool. So they then become potentially a person under investigation because they have a travel history, or it could be a person with a case contact they know of, and they develop symptoms. Then are they going to be tested, or they get a yes or no, or a case that goes through the flow process? While they're going on, I have to assume that person could be a potential case that affects me, that I have to do then some more further monitoring myself because I could be a contact of that case. I still can do my normal activities. I'm not really attached yet to a case, but I have to go on the pretense that they could be a case. And to say, after 24 hours when we got the test result back, during that time I did not go out, I didn't do this. So I did what I was supposed to do because I'm now connected to a case. I'm like my partner was in that sense. You're doing your comparison because they had a travel history. Now I have a case contact history, and I have a new status at that stage.
And just a quick follow-up to that is, what is the recommended for treatment who think positive but have not been tested? I'm assuming treat yourself as if for the flu, and if you have trouble breathing, then that's when you need to get to the ER. Is there anything more?
Well, I mean,
should you take Advil? Is that a good medicine? Because there's some debate out there whether Advil is good. Could have some side effects or some troubles.
Well, I mean, it's symptomatic relief, right? It's just like if you have the flu or something. So if you're coughing, you take something for your cough. If you have a fever, you take something to reduce your fever. Keep up your fluids, get some rest, eat healthy, all the things you're supposed to do normally. But if you're starting to feel trouble breathing, that's quite serious, or high fever that's not going down with medication, or you're just feeling really sick and weak, you should, either try the online assessment tool or at that point call your doctor or the telehealth.
I've heard the report about the NSAIDs versus Tylenol. I've asked some people, what's your view of that? It's just one article someone wrote, and what's the foundation of it? So anything that's out there, we try to look into and see if there's some merit to it.
Doctor, whoever wants to answer this question, we're getting contacted by nurses who've been contacted several times. Ambulances pick people up, they're wearing full PPE or the full gown, and then they're coming to the emergency room and they're wheeling the patient into the emergency room wearing everything. The nurse that receives that, the staff that receive it, even wear masks. Is that correct? Is that protocol? Should that change? And it may be protocol, but you can see the fear factor there.
So the protocol, why the ambulance drivers do it, go out and pick up someone who's had supposedly, well, they don't know what they had. And maybe they've heard in the report they're having a respiratory issue. So they have to assume they don't know what the cause is. It could be airborne, as in measles or tuberculosis or things like that. So that's part of their protocol because they have to assume the worst situation. If they feel and assess that they're bringing in a person with unknown respiratory infectious case coming in, they have to call ahead of the hospital. They should receive that patient accordingly with PPE for the staff. So that's part of the notification. If they think they're bringing in a potential respiratory case, especially if they think it might be COVID or some other respiratory infection, then because the hospital staff also can't be sure it is until testing's done, those staff receiving that patient, looking after that, have to wear proper protection similar. And until they know. Once they know it's COVID, then they can say, well, the direction is it's droplet spread. Then under the direction and given out, they would take certain steps at that time. until you know, you have to assume that you don't know, and you have to take proper precautions and make sure that person goes into an isolation type setup, and the staff going as person until the assessment's done are properly protected.
Jamie, just one more if you have one. If not,
so a nurse that's receiving, and we got these from several nurses, receiving a patient after the ambulance, EMS is wearing proper PPE, they shouldn't be taking in patients without even a mask on.
We just have to, at the institution, each one has set up their protocols properly and they're following it. Those are standard IPAC principles.
Antonella, then we have to go to the phone lines. I'm sorry.
Are there any exclusions to the self-quarantine rule after traveling for frontline workers, paramedics, anybody, long-term care staff, anybody?
Right now, we're reviewing that matter, and the various institutions are looking for communications out from my office to give direction on that matter. It'll be forthcoming.
Okay, this is the last.
And also just the supply shortage. I mean, how equipped is Ontario's healthcare system to deal with this? Because we know it's only potentially going to get worse with more cases coming forward. So how equipped is it for this?
Okay, so that's the command table, and with Ontario Health, and with the regional ones. So how's each region doing? What's the status and inventory? Because each one's equipped differently, and so you're asking a variety of different institutions, are they equipped to respond to a variety of different things, a variety of different ways? So each one has to do their own assessment, their own operation procedure. We call it COOP plans, continuity of operations. What are you going to do in scenario A, B, or C? Are you prepared? And then how are we going to prepare the system for that? How are we going to reallocate? As the minister talked about, are we going to look at some different sites and locations? This is all first a institutional response, then you look at a regional response, and then you look at a system response. So the answer is all the above are important, but each is as good as the strength of each small part. Everyone has to do their part of not only assessing their current status and what are you going to do in A and in C if things progress, and how's the region going to respond, and then how provincially we're going to respond.
Okay, we have to get to the phone lines. No, just remember not to put your phone on speaker. One question, one follow-up.
Next question is from Moira Warburton at Reuters.
Hi. So my question is the testing hold-up still about swabs, or is it about something else? And sorry if this got answered earlier, my phone went out.
Ask the question again.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Can you hear me? Is the testing hold-up about swabs, or is it about something else?
If I understand the question, is the testing capacity about, is that what you're asking? I think some hold-up, I heard something.
Sorry. Is the testing hold-up about swabs, or is it about something else?
The testing, well, with the number of tests pending is there's a load issue and processing. That's one aspect. The other aspect is the time we're trying to open up our satellite centers to take that load on. And the other one is we've got to make sure all the different components. You've got your sites, you've got your reagents, and you've got your staffing to man those, as well as the swabs. And we are working with our federal counterparts, and we understand there's some potential large orders coming in, and they're doing distribution, but we're going to be informed on that. So we have been in dialogue because one of those is important parts of the system performance in the labs.
Okay, very quick follow-up, please.
And do you have a sense of when that capacity will be at full volume?
The 5,000 a day, we keep asking our public health lab people on that, knowing if you get one part done, you have to get all the components. So when we have all the swabs we need, all the reagent we need, and all the equipment and other sites up, we at that 5,000. And there's a number of moving parts there, so I can't tell you exactly when that'll be. They had anticipated in 2 to 3 weeks back a week or so ago. So I'm still anticipating. We moved up, increased some volume, and we'll keep increasing that up on there. So there's a lot of moving parts there. That's where we're heading towards.
To devise a plan that would help our small businesses survive this crisis and ensure that the people that they employ continue to get paychecks. Every day, I am hearing from small businesses in my state that are on the verge of going under. The hospitality industry in particular, the restaurants, the B&Bs, the gift shops, the small hotels are being adversely affected by the virus, not because their employees are afflicted with it, but because their business has totally dried up. One hotel in Maine lost over 84 reservations in one day's time due to the cancellation of classes by a local college. We want to make sure that businesses that otherwise would be thriving and doing well make it through this pandemic that we are enduring. We want to make sure that their employees make it through this pandemic. And when this crisis is over, we want those employees to be able to come back to work at those businesses. If we do not act to help the small business sector, I predict that we will see massive layoffs and inordinate number of small businesses shuttering their doors. They simply won't be able to survive. So, as Senator Rubio said, what our plan would do is provide a federally guaranteed loan to a small business to help that business maintain payroll for its employees and other customary expenses such as utilities. At the end of the period of time, probably around 6 or 8 weeks, the loan could be forgiven if it has been used to sustain those workers. Now, we put in restrictions so that the loan can't be used to give pay raises to the owners, for example, or to increase profits, or to boost the benefits for shareholders. Most of these small businesses, of course, don't have shareholders. It is intended to ensure that employees can make it through this period, that the small business can make it through this period, and that when this crisis passes, they can reunite, and we will still have vibrant Main Street businesses employing millions of Americans. And that's the concept that we're working hard on.
Yes. Please. I know you guys are still working out some details, but broadly, I want to make sure we're characterizing this correctly. You're looking at loans that could later be grants if businesses meet certain requirements. And how do you define the small businesses that you're looking for in law?
Can I handle the second one first? There's already an existing definition of small business under the SBA regulations. And I'll ask Susan to add to this component, but it's not loans that could be. They will become grants if you used it for payroll and customary business. If you used it for some other purpose, then it'll transition into the equivalent of what's now called an impact loan. But listen, the overwhelming majority of the people that are going to seek these out are going to use it for purposes of paying their employees and keeping, their rent or their lease or their mortgage up to date so they don't get evicted. Because if we don't prevent that, then it's going to spread into the real estate market as well. But yes, every penny that they borrow and use for purposes of keeping people employed, they will not have to pay back.
And anticipating your next question, the estimate from the tree is that this would be about a $300 billion program.
Can you just address, so some of you have told us you're really concerned about the second stimulus package that is about to pass because of the weight it places on small businesses. Does what you're proposing fix that issue as well?
We believe that what we've proposed will really be of extreme benefit to our small businesses. Some of the family leave provisions that are in the bill that we've just approved, and I voted for it, are difficult to administer. And for reasons that I don't understand, they do not apply to very large businesses, those over 500 employees. So I think that our proposal will be very effective in ensuring that jobs are there for employees once this crisis ends. And that's the purpose of it. We recognize the importance of family leave and medical leave to take care of those who are exposed to the virus or who are caring for someone who's exposed to it. But there are going to be far more people who are affected by this crisis economically than those who are affected from a health perspective. We're concerned about both groups. Let me make that very clear.
Could the loan be used to pay some of that?
Yeah, I mean, so if you're using it for payroll, so a real world example, someone, either this requirement now goes into law when it's signed, so there might be a gap in time, but either way, if you let's say you have 10 employees and you can't operate or they're quarantined, and you use the money from the loan to pay their salaries for that period of time, it becomes, it's forgiven. So the answer is yes, that they will have access to funds that will allow them to keep their payroll for around, we estimate a period of about 6 weeks, whether or not they avail themselves of the potential tax system advance that the other system contemplates. And if that's the case, then they could, that's why the theory is that using the tax benefit for some portion of it, it could actually extend their ability to keep their employees on payroll. Obviously, that'll depend on the business.
Paul?
Forgive me if you addressed this. My social distancing was being late. How do you determine when this is over? And either for this program or the other programs, like what is the tripwire for knowing we're out of the crisis?
First of all, the program would be retroactive March 1st. And right now, we're looking at a June 30th end. But obviously, if in fact the crisis hasn't passed by then, it could conceivably be extended. But those are the parameters that we're looking at right now.
But it'll give us a baseline. Now we know what we're dealing with, because now we know how many businesses there are. We have a baseline to build on. That just becomes a function of extending it and providing the money for it. As far as your question of when the crisis is over, I mean, that we're uncharted territory. We've never shut down our economy for a public rationale the way we're doing right now. So if you talk to epidemiologists, they would tell you, we're watching China, because they're going to restart their economy, and it could lead to a second bump of infections, lead to further shutdowns. The answer is, we know this will be in place and provides certainty for a 6 to 8 week period for some employer, and we'll have to address the future down the road. But right now, we're just trying to get as much help as possible, and not get people laid off, and not have small businesses closing. Yes, ma'am.
So Mary, I wanted to ask you about something that's happening in your home state. I'm sure you'd want to respond to. There's been some pretty drastic images of people gathered on the beaches of Florida. Is it appropriate that those beaches remain open?
Been closed in terms of after a certain time, and local authorities have each pursued it differently. And this coincided with spring break, which made it more complicated. I think the hardest thing we're dealing with here is we are a highly individualistic society, and we're trying to convince Americans that we have to do something that may not be of direct benefit to you, but is of direct benefit to everyone. And obviously that's always a challenge. And for the overwhelming majority of Americans, I mean, all you have to do is step out in the street anywhere, and you'll see that people are understanding that. But you're always going to have people that don't think it's going to impact them. You're 25 years old, you're healthy, people like me don't get hurt by this. Well, number one, we don't know that. We're seeing a spike in cases among young people in France and in Germany that's concerning. Because this thing's been around 15 weeks. So predict how it's going to behave as it moves forward is a risky proposition. But the other is, that's not the point. The point is, right now, the reinfection rate is about 2.5, 2.5. So for every person that gets infected, they're theoretically infecting 2.5 to 3 more people. If you infect enough people, we know that a percentage of them show up at emergency rooms in need of ventilation and ICU beds. If this moves too fast, we're going to overwhelm the healthcare system. And then no one's going to be able to access them. If you have a heart attack, if you have a car, God forbid, a car accident, we will break the system because we will overwhelm. That is the danger they confronted in China. That's the danger they're confronting in parts of Italy now. And that's the danger we're trying to avoid. And the only way to avoid it is to keep people from being in close contact with other people so we can slow down the infection rate, or as they say, flatten the curve. So explaining that to people ain't easy, you know, but I know everyone's trying.
Andrew?
Forgive me if you've answered this. I also came in late. You have safeguards in place, I'm assuming, so that businesses that are able to keep operating do not use this to effectively subsidize their payroll. And how would you do that if that's the case?
And that's one of the items we're working through. There's a desire to build a safeguard like that in. So obviously, how do we craft it so that, I think, to use an example, someone's payroll is $50,000 for 2 months, but they made $150,000, which is even more than what they made last year because they happen to be in some particular industry that benefits.
Mask manufacturer, you don't want
Right.
to subsidize.
And yeah, and so that trying to build in language that allows Treasury or the administrators of this to be able to not allow this to be used for that purpose is a universal desire. We obviously have to draft language, and that's one of the pieces that we're working through. How do we define that? But that's certainly not the intent.
What do you see coming together time-wise over the next week?
So I'm going to give the optimistic response to that. We could use some optimism right now. Obviously, we've completed action now on the House passed bill. This is a third bill. There are 3 separate task forces that are contributing to it, including our task force, which Senator Rubio is heading. And we hope to get language together tomorrow morning and start sharing it more widely and vetting it. We're talking to people on both sides of the aisle. There's no reason why this should be a partisan exercise. And in fact, I would say if we cannot come together in a bipartisan way to form a response to such a serious threat to our public health and our economy, then shame on us. And I believe that we can come together. So I anticipate optimistically that we will stay here until this work is done on the bill. And my hope is that we will pass it sometime this weekend.
Yeah, we're not leaving until we do. That's the first answer. The second is we don't have weeks. I don't know if we even have many days to act on this. People are making decisions at this very moment about what to do with their employees before I pay them tomorrow. So we need to move on this very quickly. I would also say that at least on the portfolio, when it comes to small business, we're blessed to have as a counterpart Ranking Member Cardin, who is one of the easiest and most cooperative people to work with, a very professional, understands this very well. And many of these proposals build on the core of a proposal that we had already been working with him and Chairwoman Velasquez on, and we're hoping to make part of the first package. The biggest difference between this and a week ago is that one was $50 billion, just to show you how fast this has moved and the magnitude of it.
No, time for one more, guys.
Because we have to go write a bill.
Are you talking to Senator Cardin now, though? Like right now, as you're doing
I just talked to him right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I did, and with the staff, and obviously we got to get our house in order on our end, you know. But the general concept here of allowing the federal government to step forward and get cash into the hands of small businesses as defined by statute and rule quickly so they can keep people on payroll is an idea that we had, what they call Four Corners Agreement, the ranking member and the chairwoman in the House, the ranking member and myself in the Senate. As I said, the biggest difference now is just the magnitude of it. And in some ways, I guess we would probably be revisiting this anyway, given how fast the moves have moved in the last 7 days. So, but we're building on what we had already discussed, and I think we can make, at least on this portion of this, I'm optimistic we can make a lot of progress because of that.
Let me just add one data point. that underscores the urgency for acting on our portion of this new package. In the state of Maine, in the last 3 days, there were more claims for unemployment compensation than in all of March of last year. 3 days. And that shows that businesses are already feeling the cash flow problems, seeing declining revenues, losing customers, and being forced to lay off their employees. That's why we feel so strongly that we must act, and we must act immediately. Thank you.
Impressive spacing here too, by the way.
Yeah, better than ours.
This isn't in lieu of the $1,000 check that the administration's
Right.
right now,
That's
right?
the
And then
different
expanded
package.
UI would be like on top of that as well,
Yeah,
right?
because
Or
our hope
the
is to keep
program
people
we're
off
talking about.
UI because they've got an employer that's still providing to them. Yeah, so
So
those
that
are
would be
unrelated.
the case.
And plus, I want those small businesses to still be open and able to take them back. I'm really worried that they will give up and close down, and those jobs won't return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, you're going to have a virtual campaign. I saw your announcement. How long do you think that will go on for? Any sense of that?
I will still.
The Senate is now voting on final passage of the coronavirus economic aid package. The legislation provides paid leave for workers, unemployment insurance programs, and free coronavirus testing. Watch live coverage over on C-SPAN 2.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, live every day with news and policy issues that impact you.
香港法例。